The House will come to order. Please join Representative Pico in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Representative Mr. Gregorio, I did not mean to demote you. Please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Bacon, Baisley, Benavidez, Burnett, Byrd, Representative Byrd.
Excused.
Representative Byrd is excused. Bockenfeld, Basenecker, Bradfield, Caraveo, Carver, Catlin, Cutter, Doherty, Duran, Representative Duran. Representative Duran is excused. Escar, Exum, Representative Exum. Representative Exum is excused. Froelich, Geithner, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Gray, Hanks, Harrod, Holtorf, Hooton, Representative Hooton. Representative Hooton is excused. Jackson, Judah, Representative Judah. Representative Judah is excused. Kennedy, Kipp, Larson, Fontaine, Luck, Lynch, McCluskey, McCormick, McKean, McLaughlin,
Present.
Michelson Janae, Mullica, Neville, Ortiz, Representative Ortiz. Representative Ortiz is excused. Pelton, Pico, Ransom, Rich, Ricks, Roberts, Sandridge, Sirota, Representative Sirota. Representative Sirota is excused. Snyder, Soper, Sullivan, Tipper, Tatone, Valdez A, Valdez D, Van Bever, Van Winkle, Weissman, Will, Williams, Woodrow, Woog, Young, and Mr. Speaker.
Sorry about that, Representative Pico. With 59 present, 6 excused, we have a quorum. And just so everyone knows, CDC is still going, and that's some of the excused absences. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Journal of Wednesday, May 12, 2021, be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
You have heard the motion, members, that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. Wow. All those opposed, no. For all those in the gallery, the ayes clearly had it, and the motion is approved. Announcements and introductions. Representative Michelson Janae.
Members, if I could just have your attention for a moment. Today is the celebration of Eid, and Eid is also called the Festival of Breaking the Fast, or Lesser Eid, or simply Eid, is a religious holiday celebrated by Muslims worldwide that marks the end of the month-long dawn to sunset fasting of Ramadan. One of our members has been participating in this fasting and is celebrating Eid today. And if we have time or energy, please send a message of celebration and support to our member celebrating Eid. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Michelson-Jeannet. Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So does that mean we need to buy lunch for somebody today? Okay. Or dinner, or both. I'm honored to have some folks from my district here that are actually very important to me. They mentored me early on, 20 years ago, when I first decided that getting involved in politics might be something that I'm interested in, and I'm excited to have them in the gallery today. So please welcome the good folks from Larimer County.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seems that the majority and the minority leaders both have had enough of me, and they've granted me permission to be gone Monday.
So approved. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, everyone. Education is going to be meeting at 1:30 today, according to the calendar, so no changes. We'll see you there. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McLaughlin. Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was given permission from the Majority Leader to be out a couple hours on the 26th from 10 to 12.
So approved. Representative A. Valdez. Yep, we have a tribute. Ready? Representative A. Valdez. Mr. Gregorio.
State of Colorado, the House of Representatives convened in the 73rd General Assembly, hereby offers sincere condolences and expressions of sympathy to the friends and family of Corky Blankenship. Corky Blankenship was a man known to many and a friend to all. Today we honor the legacy of laughter, love, and compassion he shared with all who had the honor of knowing him. Corky lived a long and fulfilled life that spanned decades of activism and service towards his community. During the 1970s, Corky lived in San Francisco, where he experienced the assassination of Harvey Milk, the first openly gay man elected to any office, which later inspired him to begin his long role as an activist for the LGBTQ+ community. Those who had the pleasure of dancing with him at a club, chatting at an event, or attending one of his infamous pool parties all commonly cited him as one to light up any room in which he entered. Corky not only fought vehemently on behalf of the LGBTQ+ community for equal rights for all, but he also served as a voice feeding Denver's hungry. Corky dedicated his work towards helping create impactful change in his hometown and changing the lives of so many for the better. On February 8th, 2021, Corky Blankenship lost his battle to COVID-19, leaving behind an honorable legacy of unmatched kindness and love for all who knew him. He was the epitome of what it meant to be a humanitarian. In giving back to his community, fighting to make his country a better place, and loving every fellow neighbor, Corky Blankenship was a true advocate and hero. Though Corky may be gone, his spirit lives on, and his final words echo to us all, "Keep on dancing." On request of Representative Alex Valdez, given this 13th day of May, 2021, State Capitol, Denver.
Representative A. Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members, for your attention today as we honor Corky Blankenship. For those of you who've never spent a night out in the town in Denver's LGBTQ community, you would already know Corky Blankenship as a smiling face and a dancing heart on every dance floor in Denver, but he was far more than that. And so today it's so important that we honor his legacy not only as a champion of LGBTQ rights, but also as somebody who fought every day of his life to help those who needed help. He worked tirelessly on behalf of LGBTQ rights throughout his entire life, but also feeding Denver's hungry, which is a a nonprofit organization located just to the east of here, where he helped to feed Denver's unhoused populations. He wanted to make sure that nobody went to bed hungry. He continued this work even despite the pandemic breaking out, and unfortunately, he succumbed to COVID-19 in February, and he was a huge loss to the community for all those of us who grew up in Denver and all over the state. On behalf of the LGBTQ caucus, we really wanted to make sure we took the time just to point out some of the huge voids that have been left in our community by COVID-19, and this is one in particular. We're joined today by many friends of Corky's in the gallery, including Jim Sharper, one of his best friends, who wanted me to share with everybody some of the best quotes that were made in Corky's honor. And I quote, what he lacked in stature, he made up with the biggest heart I ever saw. He believed in me when I did not believe in myself. He provided an ear with no judgment and no hate, and Corky was the definition of love. And for those of us who knew him, I will always remember him dancing. The first time I ever, at the age of 21, of course, entered into a gay bar in Denver and met him right away. One of the first people I ever met in the community, and he will be dearly, dearly missed as a sweet, sweet human being who devoted his life to the fight for LGBTQ rights and ending hunger for the Denver community. So rest in peace, Corky, and we miss you very much, and thank you for joining us today, all of his friends. He is not forgotten.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I can't add much more. And I thank Rep. Valdez for bringing this today. I just have a different perspective because I didn't grow up in Denver. I actually just grew up in Pueblo. So I didn't get to know the dancing Corky. I knew his legend, but I didn't get to know him personally. But what I did know of Corky is when I started working in the activism role for the LGBT community, I was absolutely told of his legendary status in that world and learned a lot about him, and I'm thankful I had the opportunity to meet him and talk with him quite a few times once I was in this position. But I can remember as a community organizer just truly admiring the work that this one man really powered forward. And it truly is a loss for not only our community, but the entire community of Denver. So thank you for taking the time to honor him today.
Thanks very much. Any further? Any further announcements or introductions? Seeing none, the next order of business is third reading of bills, final passage. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the Senate Bill 82.
Senate Bill 82 by Senators Priola and Pedersen, also Representatives Mullica and Williams, concerning authorization for certain alcohol beverage license holders to hold festivals for alcohol beverage retail activity in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 82 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 82 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, Luck, McKean, Soper, Weissman. Please close the machine. With 59 aye votes, 2 no votes, and 4 excused, Senate Bill 82 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the Senate Bill 101.
Senate Bill 101 by Senators Fields and Story, also Representatives Caraveo and Williams, concerning the continuation of the registration of direct entry midwives and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2020 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies and making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 101 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 101 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Holtorf, Ricks, Van Bipper. Please close the machine. With 61 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 4 excused, Senate Bill 101 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay over House Bill 1255 at the request of the sponsor until Monday, May 17th.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1255 will be laid over until Monday per the motion of the Majority Leader. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 115.
Senate Bill 115 by Senators Zenzinger and Lundin, also Representatives Tatone and Larson, concerning the use of money in the Colorado Telephone Users with Disability Fund to support Talking Book Library services for certain persons with disabilities and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 115 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 115 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 57 aye votes, 4 no votes, and 4 excused, Senate Bill 115 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative McLaughlin, Ortiz, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the Senate Bill 136.
Senate Bill 136 by Senators Janal and Coram, also Representatives Cutter and Carver, concerning the continuation of the Forest Health Advisory Council and in connection therewith implementing the recommendation contained in the 2020 census report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies to continue the Advisory Council and continuing it for 5 years.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 136 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 136 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Members, we're still on third reading. Still on third reading. Shh. Thank you. Representative Caraveo and Representative Ricks. Please close the machine. With 61 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 4 excused, Senate Bill 136 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative McLaughlin, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1266.
House Bill 1266 by Representative Jackson, also Senators Winter and Buckner, concerning efforts to redress the effects of environmental injustice on disproportionately impacted communities and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1266 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1266 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 38 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1266 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsor. Representative McLaughlin, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1077.
House Bill 1077 by Representatives Benavides and Byrd, also Senators Gonzalez and Moreno, concerning the creation of the Legislative Oversight Committee concerning tax policy in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1077 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1077 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Michelson Janae. Please close the machine. With 38 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1077 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1208.
House Bill 1208 by Representatives Cutter and Gray, also Senators Priola and Winter, concerning the creation of an enterprise that is exempt from the requirements of Section 20 of Article 10 of the State Constitution to administer a fee-based natural disaster mitigation grant program.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1208 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1208 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Sorry. Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 38 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1208 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsor. And Representative McLaughlin, sorry. Majority Leader Escar, or please close the machine. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I had a bit of momentary lapse thinking today was Friday, unfortunately. But I withdraw my previous motion of laying over House Bill 1255 to Monday, May 17th, and move to lay it over to just tomorrow, May 14th.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1255 will be laid over until Friday, May 14th. The next order of business is General Order, second reading of bills. Representative Froelich. Seeing no objection, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Froelich will take the chair.
With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader. The coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 21-1005.
House Bill 1005 by Representatives Mullica and Caraveo, also Senator Garcia, concerning the establishment of the Healthcare Services Reserve Corps Task Force.
Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1005 and the Appropriations and Health and Insurance Committee reports.
To the committee report.
In the Appropriations
Appropriations.
Committee report, we got an appropriation. I ask for an aye vote.
The motion before you is the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is passed. To the Health and Insurance report, Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the House Health and Insurance Committee, we made some changes to the benefits that people will get for participating in this program, made sure that it did not conflict with other medical volunteer programs, and then included some consumer protections. That all being said, we did make one technical mistake, and so I do have an amendment to offer to the committee report. So I move L004 to the Health and Insurance Committee report.
The amendment is properly moved and displayed. Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is really just a technical amendment regarding some language mistakes. I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is Amendment L004 to House Bill 1005. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is passed. To the committee report. Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for an aye vote.
The motion before us is the Health and Insurance Committee report as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is passed. To the bill, Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, first off, I want to thank my co-sponsor, Representative Caraveo, for the work that she's done on this bill and the work that she's done over the interim. This is actually our first bill that we've been able to run together, so it's pretty exciting. And really, this bill comes from us both being healthcare workers, us both calling each other during the interim, talking about what we were seeing, what we were going through. And me working in the ER, definitely seeing our census, the number of patients that we were seeing increasing every day, and you know, just to be honest, it was getting kind of crazy. And actually hearing from Representative Caraveo that they were seeing their numbers decrease. We were wondering, what could we do, you know, about this? Because you know, we kept hearing about our hospitals being, you know, overran and the number of patients that we were seeing, and we didn't really have enough staff. And it wasn't that we didn't necessarily have enough beds, but it went back to that staffing piece. And it wasn't that we didn't have enough staffing in Colorado, it was that we didn't have enough trained healthcare workers in Colorado. And so we started talking, and I was out in Chicago, and I'd call Representative Caraveo after I got off work, and we started brainstorming to try to figure what could we do to solve this. And this concept kind of was born from that. Figuring out, how do we take advantage of these healthcare workers that were being underutilized? How could we take advantage and make sure that they had that cross-training? How could we take advantage and make sure that Colorado was better prepared, that we weren't so reliant on DC, that we weren't so reliant on these travel agencies bringing in healthcare workers when we were competing with other states for those same healthcare workers, and where it was becoming increasingly more expensive and unattainable. And that's where this concept came from, is really kind of this idea of, let's start exploring if we can look at doing some type of National Guard type program for healthcare workers to not only make sure that they were cross-trained, not only make sure that they were trained on how to deal with these critical care patients, but make sure that they benefited from it too, making sure that they benefited from that training, make sure that we could look into other benefits that they could potentially receive, similar to what the National Guard does. And that's where this bill is coming from. And not only making sure that we're ready for this next pandemic, but you know, we had that double whammy last year where we had one of our worst wildfire seasons in the history of our state, and making sure that we had this group of healthcare workers that we could potentially call on for a number of different situations, if it's another pandemic or if it's a wildfire season like we saw last year. And so that's where this bill was born from. I'm really proud to bring it. I was really proud to work with my co-sponsor here to bring our perspectives as frontline healthcare workers to hopefully affect change for the state of Colorado and help the people of Colorado. And I think that's what we're trying to do here with House Bill 1005, and I would ask for a yes vote.
Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I also would like to thank Representative Mullick. Although we work a lot together in areas of interest, this is the first bill that we are carrying together. And what this would do is it would create a task force. Medicine, I think we all understand, is an incredibly intricate puzzle to keep together. And so what this bill will do is bring those different pieces of the puzzle together to assess what a program could look like to address the issues that Representative Mullick spoke about earlier. So we appreciate the collaboration with the Governor's Office and with CDPHE. And from that collaboration, we've had a number of amendments that have been proposed and that we would like to offer. So I will start with L006. So I move L006.
The amendment has been properly displayed. Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So understandably, CDPHE is a little busy right now, devoting staff time and resources to dealing with the pandemic. So at their request, we are pushing back the appointment date and the first meeting of this task force by a few months so that they have some time to appoint task force members and get this task force staff to convene their first meeting. I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the passage of Amendment L006 to House Bill 1005. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is passed. Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L007 and ask that it be properly displayed.
The amendment is before you. Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what L007 does is that since this is a temporary task force, what we're going to do is have CDPHE contract a consultant to staff the task force instead of requiring a short-term department FTE. I ask for an aye vote.
The question before you is the passage of Amendment L007 to House Bill 1005. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is passed. Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L008 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L008 is before you. Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we were being a little redundant in parts of the bill with reports out to both health committees and a SMART Act hearing. So because it's already being sent to committees, we're eliminating the SMART Act hearing report because it's duplicative. I ask for an aye vote.
The question before you is the passage of L008 to House Bill 1005. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is passed. Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Only two more, I promise. L10, so I move L10 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment 10 is in front of you. Representative Carveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we want to be efficient with this task force. We'd like a report back out within, I think it's the next year, in order to get this program moving. So what we're doing because of that is reducing the number of seats on the task force and shifting the appointees from the governor to the executive director of CDPHE. I ask for an aye vote.
The question before you is the passage of Amendment 10 to House Bill 1005. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is passed. Representative Carveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L11.
L11 is before you. Representative Carveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is the last one, members. Basically, because we are reducing the number of official task force members, we're asking that additional consultations be made with other stakeholders to make sure that we get all those different voices. I ask for an aye vote.
The question before you is Amendment L11 to House Bill 1005. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is passed. Representative Carveo.
So thank you all for your patience. Thank you, Madam Chair, as we went through those amendments. Really, I think this bill is going to go a long way in making sure that we're better prepared for the next pandemic, and we have all different areas of the medical field prepared to triage, to treat, and to deal with whatever Colorado has in its future. So I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill, oh, excuse me. I am so sorry. It just went so quickly. Is there any further discussion? Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we heard this bill in committee, in Health and Insurance Committee. The general problem with it, there are two issues that I have with it. One is, while this is a fabulous idea, all industries do this sort of thing. Automobile industries, technology industry, we all account for those disasters, either through preparation or insurance and so on. Creating a government entity or task force that's going to grow and be bloated and perhaps even slow things down, just not a wise move. My second issue with it, though, is while it looked like these amendments are good improvements to it, I'm really concerned about having a bill that is heard in committee and then amended multiple times by the sponsors here on the floor rather than back in the committee. And I want to challenge the sponsors, should we not refer this back to the committee to review in its current state after these amendments?
Representative Pico or Representative Malika?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Baisley. I appreciate the comments. These were technical amendments, making sure that in working with CDPHE, that we didn't take them away from doing the job dealing with the pandemic that we're in right now. And so it really didn't change the bill and what we were trying to do. There wasn't substantive change. What we were trying to do is just to make sure that we were streamlining this and making sure that we weren't doing something that was going to hinder them from doing the work that they're trying to do in the middle of a pandemic. And so, I would agree with you if we were bringing a totally new concept or something that drastically changed it. That's not what we did with these amendments. They were amendments with us trying to work with the department, making sure that we were doing all that we can to not weigh them down any more than they already are, but still allow us to try to continue moving forward with this concept so that we could look into it. So I would say no to that, but I would agree with you if we had done something drastically different than the concept that came before the committee.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank my colleague from Adams County. Because of the rapid nature of the passing of the amendments, and I'm standing up here to comment, I didn't know what the substance was of those, so thank you for clarifying. I certainly accept that. So I'll just return back to, I would urge a no vote on the bill because this is adding more bloat to to perhaps our most bloated agency of CDPHE, and I don't believe that that would be a wise way to prepare for the next disaster. Rather, I think the distributed nature of allowing the experts who are driven by efficiencies to be ready and to be on the spot and ready to go would be the wiser choice. So I would urge a no vote with all due respect. Thank you.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got 3 of my kids are in the medical field. One is a doctor, medical doctor, one's a doctor of veterinary medicine. And my daughter, who's a vet, has been part of the CDPHE voluntary program in order to volunteer during emergency and has been called out. Looking through this bill, I'm struggling to find a difference between what is currently in place and what this bill proposes to add, other than adding some loan relief. And I'm sure my doctor kids would have greatly appreciate the loan relief. But it seems to add what is already in place in regards to having the volunteers to come in an emergency. So if you could talk to that.
Representative Carveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Pico, for the question. So part of those amendments in committee were to make sure that this integrated well with those existing programs. To clarify, those existing programs are really volunteer lists, essentially, where people can be called up, but it doesn't happen extremely often. The other difference is that those kind of rely on the training that already exists and the areas of specialties that already exist. What this program would be doing, if it ever gets implemented, keeping in mind that this is just a task force to look at whether this should exist, is that it would provide cross-training, essentially. So myself as a pediatrician, I was seeing less patients during the pandemic, even though I was still taking care of COVID patients, whereas people in emergency medicine and internal medicine were being overrun. And I would have loved to have helped them, but the last time that I took care of an adult was about 14 years ago. So I can intubate a child and do a ventilator, run a ventilator for a kid, but don't really have that experience for an adult, nor do I have a whole lot of experience in doing emergency triaging. So our idea is that this would be the difference between, say, volunteers who come out and give food and do kind of basic services, and what the National Guard does, right? Where they have regular training, they meet regularly, they know exactly how to deploy. And so that would be the difference between doctors who can, and nurses who can be called out if need be, and it relies on what they already have experienced, versus a group that would have very regular training, knows how to work with each other, and has very specific skills for different disasters.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard this in Health and Insurance Committee, and fundamentally, I like the idea of having a reserve corps and a database of what people's expertise is. I, having served in the reserve, got a lot of jobs I was qualified for just because people knew I was on an expertise list. So this has merit in that regard. I was a no vote on it because I didn't really like the student loan relief element of it, and there's some rationale behind that. My reluctance, I believe, and it is simply this. These folks are going to school to learn a skill that then puts them on a database where they can be deployed, used by the state or emergency services, and they'll get reimbursed for it. So there is a bit of a value in the individual deciding where the bang for the buck is if he has to pay for his own education, and then gets reimbursed by his skill set. There was a question I had on this, and now I lost it. The other thing that was an issue was the members of the task force, and I might ask the two bill sponsors. There were some really good folks that were listed on there. I know there was some dentists that came up and wanted to be a part of, or suggested maybe they could, and they are not. Echoing what Representative Baisley said about maybe some of these amendments being in committee and understanding these are administrative, could I ask the bill sponsors, where are you on getting dentists and people that do dental records? Thank you.
Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Hanks, for the question. There were many meetings with stakeholders, including the dentist, and what our concern was in including them specifically is we don't call out any specific training or profession, because as you can imagine, eventually we'd have a task force that's over 100 people, right? Even if we had included them initially, I think that with the suggestions from the governor's office, they may have fallen off with these amendments that we offered. What the task force has really come down to is we've eliminated some agency heads. We have taken one group of advocates out that can still be consultants, but does not need an actual seat, and basically just kind of reduced it so that it's not a big bloated entity that is harder to manage.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the clarifications, the additions that you made to it, and some of those amendments are pretty good. But I'm still concerned. We have a reserve corps being proposed, and it's likened to the National Guard. And I'm not a National Guard person, but very similar. We stood there and took an oath, and that's a lot different than calling up volunteers. So CDPHE already has a reserve, not a corps, but a volunteer pool to call on. They do training. They have gone out. They've had practice deployments. And my daughter was called out several times on real emergencies to take care of things. She's taking care of all the other species rather than the human, but that's her common line. But there's still something very fundamentally different about standing up a reserve corps that's similar to the National Guard. That's taking an oath. And I don't see that in this. It's a good idea to have the cross-training. I absolutely think that's a great idea. But I'm a little questioning whether or not this is the right approach of having a reserve corps. And I do appreciate this is a study to take a look at it. But they're going down an interesting road. I'm not sure that's a viable path because of that. They're a very fundamental difference, and I'd like to talk to them.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Representative Von Beber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the bill sponsors, this is just a question, and pardon me if somebody's already brought this up. It would seem to me that in a disaster setting, when I think about a hospital or a medical entity, that all of the individuals with their training, their cross-referencing of the different kinds of technical professional abilities and skills certifications that they have, that they would all be able to have the ability in a disaster to manage that appropriately. I think of places like Katrina and other tornadoes and things like that I have experienced personally. And those individuals haven't needed a task force to come together and manage those giant disasters. So I'm just wondering if you can expand upon that a little bit more as to why we would need a separate state task force at the behest of the taxpayers' burden when they're already doing this in other places and spaces around the U.S.
Representative Malika.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Representative Beber for the question. And I think one, it's a task force to really try to figure out how do we stand something up? How do we make sure that we have these what we saw these underutilized healthcare workers be able to be brought into the fray, and that's really what this task force is trying to set up. And so here in Colorado, what we were seeing is they were bringing in healthcare workers and nurses from other states. They were flying them into Weld County up at Banner Health. From Arizona, which is expensive, and when other states are going through the same thing, may not be as readily available as if maybe it's just a singular place. And so really trying to figure out how we can be more self-reliant as a state and be able to utilize the resources that we have here. Because at the end of the day, like Representative Caraveo said, I have different training than she does. I deal with different situations than she does on a daily basis. And, you know, she hasn't been able to take care of an adult patient in 14 years. But during this process, what we saw is that her census, the number of patients she was seeing was going down. She has a skill set that we could get to a place where she could be helpful and beneficial to the system, but she didn't have the training. And so how do we make sure that we're able to utilize our healthcare workers in that situation that may not have that training on how to take care of critical care patients, and be able to make sure that Colorado can rely on itself, that we don't have to necessarily rely on healthcare workers coming from other states or assistance from DC. And so that's what this task force is really trying to look at. So it's not necessarily setting anything up yet, it's figuring out how can we get to that place.
Representative Von Beber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if I hear you correctly, Representative Malika, there's two issues at play. One of them sounds like a shortage, because you're saying we're flying people in. Shortage, I guess, for what reasons? Right, of trained individuals. So I would think that we would want government to get out of the sphere of this in legislation and allow our healthcare communities to be as capable as possible, build in the opportunity for all of them to come together without legislation to create processes, cross-training, all of the kinds of things that would be necessary to best fit their systems for where those places are in the state of Colorado. I'm just not seeing the need for this to be a part of legislation when hospital systems are incredible here in the state of Colorado. They are far more capable, I feel, of doing this on the private side on their own to be able to respond to a whatever. It might be a pandemic, it might be a natural disaster, but at the end of the day, I'm not seeing the need for legislation to ask for these industries to do this. That's, I guess, part of what our role is to ensure that those things are happening, but at the same token, is this really something, a function of what we should be doing? Thank you.
Representative Malika.
And thank you, Madam Chair. And just quickly, Representative Van Beber, I appreciate your perspective. I do want to be clear that the Colorado Hospital Association is supportive of this bill. We've been working hand in hand with them. They believe that this is a good concept to be looking at to make sure that, like I said, Colorado is as prepared as we can be. And so I just wanted to be clear that we're not going rogue. We're working with our hospitals, and they're supportive of this right now.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, esteemed colleagues, and to the bill sponsors. I do appreciate the intent of this bill, Healthcare Services Reserve Corps Task Force. And I do understand the thoughtfulness that went into this, but there is one question I have. As you want to build reserve capacity, very much like a military model, some of us in this chamber have served in the National Guard. Some of us have served in the reserve component as military members. But I don't know, I know the bill sponsors haven't come to me to talk about this and what the correlation would be. And with respect to the task force, and if I could get the bill sponsors' attention for a moment, because this is really important. This is very, very important here. How have you included, if you want to parallel, or if you want to build capacity like this country has done in the reserve component in the National Guard, how have you, or what have you done to include those people that have done it or are doing it in the military, either in the National Guard or the reserves, to try to make sure that you, if your true intent is to build this type of capacity in the stakeholdering process, how have you built that in to these task forces?
Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Holtorf. That's precisely why this is a task force, to learn from those models, to discuss those models, and that's why we're not going immediately to a built program.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand that you've ran a series of amendments to include people in this task force, but have you ran an amendment that says we are going to include a component or element in an advisory role if we truly have the desire to have those individuals, and we have those folks in state government currently right now at the headquarters in Centennial, in our Department of Military and Veterans Affairs. Have you included them? And if you have not, then I will tell you that if you truly have that desire, it is an obligation that you do include them, and if an amendment is required to make sure that they are included, I would offer that you consider that at this time. It's very, very important. And believe me, bill sponsors, it is not my intention to derail anything. I am telling you that if you want to do that and you want to build that capacity, you have to have some of those folks in an advisory capacity at the table. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm sorry I didn't keep up with the flurry of amendments that came in this morning, but with regard to the sunset provision, has that held, and can you advise the dates on that, just to confirm it? Thank you both.
Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Hanks, for the question. We've actually moved up the timeline so that, we've kept the timeline, correction. We've kept the timeline to where it's a year out, but we've made sure that they have a little bit more time to bring the task force together and have their first meeting. So the sunset absolutely has held.
Is there any further discussion? The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1005. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. House Bill 1005 passes. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill. Mr. Gregorio, please unusually slowly read the title of House Bill 1251.
House Bill 21-1251 by Representatives Caraveo and Harrod, also Senators Fields and Gonzalez, concerning the appropriate use of a chemical restraint upon a person in a non-hospital setting.
Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1251 and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the Judiciary Committee report. Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the Judiciary Committee, we offered a strike below, so that is the bill now, where we really tried to work with stakeholders to take into account the realities in the field of the ability to weigh what decision-making process would go into the dosing and administration of ketamine, amongst several other details.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I want to thank the Judiciary Committee for their good work on this bill, not only in committee, but outside of committee. Today, you'll hear some more amendments that have come. A lot of the amendments that we will be offering are at the behest of EMS and fire, alongside of our colleagues who have worked really hard to make sure that the intent of the bill remains intact, but also remains crystal clear. So we ask for your support on the amendments. We ask for your support on the committee report, and we will go into amendments.
Representative Caraveo.
Sure. I move L26 to HB 1251 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment 26 is properly displayed and before you, Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so we've had a lot of discussions with especially the members of Judiciary, who I really appreciate, given that I don't have a legal background, about the exact wording as we try to thread a needle where we are protecting patients, because really what we're talking about is patients who are under the care of EMS, so that there is not interpretation that the reason that ketamine is being given is at the behest of law enforcement. And so really trying to work around these very important terms, we have decided to replace cause, direct, or influence with direct or unduly influence. So basically the phrases in question in the bill will now read, shall not use, request, direct, or unduly influence the use of ketamine. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I offer a substitute amendment. I move L011 and ask that it be displayed.
It's a standalone. L11, substitute amendment for L26, is properly displayed. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in this substitute amendment, we would limit the language in this section to the peace officer acting in their official capacity as a peace officer, since there are some peace officers that also have EMS authority, shall not use, that is, they cannot administer ketamine, shall not use, direct, or compel. And we believe that that language provides greater clarity on the what the peace officer, the law enforcement officer, is not to do. It is the EMS that has the independent authority whether to use ketamine at an incident scene. That is within their authority, and I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on L11? The question before us is L11, substitute amendment for L26. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. No! The noes have it. The amendment fails. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I offer another substitute amendment. I move L018 and ask that it be displayed.
L018, substitute amendment for L026, is before you. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I mentioned previously, there are some counties where the peace officers, as part of what they call a SWAT response team, also are independently qualified as EMS. So if they were to, as part of their utilizing their hat as an EMS, decide to administer ketamine, obviously all the conditions of the CDPHE authorization would apply. But this is to clarify, since we do have a few peace officers who are dual-hatted as EMS, that the prohibition on them using ketamine is only when they are acting as a peace officer, not when they are acting as EMS. Ask for an aye vote.
Representative Luck.
It would He's striking the language.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. During testimony on this bill, we were informed that there are some individuals who both are certified as law enforcement officers as well as paramedics. And so this particular provision, if not included, would prohibit those individuals from being able to administer ketamine when they're wearing the hat of a paramedic. And so we want to just clarify that and ensure that if you have both certifications, that they are honored in the law so that those individuals don't fear any form of discipline as a result of them administering ketamine.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just received clarification from the drafter. We're doing a detailed choreography on what's substitute and what isn't. The drafter just clarified that, or corrected that in the list of substitute, this is not substitute. This would be a standalone. So, Madam Chair, what I will do is I will withdraw this as a substitute, but then I ask leave to offer an amendment that is a substitute, and I will offer this one later on.
Thank you, Representative Carver. Do you want to move the new substitute amendment now?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I offer amendment L025 and ask that it be displayed.
L025, substitute amendment for L26, is displayed. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment strikes the provision on use of force. One of the aspects of this bill that I strongly disagree with is a police officer, a peace officer, we write in statute what the use of force rules are. We dealt with that in SB 217. That is, use of force for law enforcement is written into statute. This bill proposes to do something that is a break from how we normally look at use of force. Traditionally, and as far as I know in every state, including Colorado in current law, use of force rules apply to actions that the police officer takes vis-a-vis an individual in utilizing force, whether it is restraining or obviously when deadly force is authorized, but also lesser types of physical force that the police officer is authorized to use in a given situation. What 1251 would do is say that the words that a police officer says to an EMS can constitute, can be a prohibition on a rule on abuse of force, even though the officer is simply talking to the EMS. Members, I'm going to offer an amendment, and I don't know yet the bill sponsor's view on it, that is going to say, as a statement of principle, peace officers are not authorized to administer ketamine. And it is for the EMS using their independent professional judgment whether to utilize, whether to administer ketamine. That is why I object to saying that the words of a police officer to an EMS can in any way be a violation of the rules of the use of force. These are words to an EMS. So whether it is the police officer for an individual who is out of control, handcuffed, pounding themselves with the handcuffs, kicking out at others, whatever the situation is. And we heard testimony on a wide range of what kinds of things the EMS and police find with these individuals when they respond, where they're responding violently. And when a police officer is asking the EMS for help or giving the EMS information about the individual, those words to the EMS, even if it's, "Can you help me?" Those words are not a use of force. The paramedic or the EMS can consider or not consider what the officer is saying. It is their own independent judgment as EMS, quite frankly, part of their licensure. And how CDPHE, under their waiver, has authorized the use of ketamine. So to now hold that a police officer will be considered to have violated rules on the use of force by something they said to the EMS is simply not appropriate, in my view. We can have other language in the bill that clarifies, as I've done in previous amendments, the role of the police officer and the role of the EMS. And what the police officer, that stay to your role, stay to your lane, stay to acting within your authority. But it is not whatever words the police officer uses to the EMS, it is the EMS making the decision whether or not to administer ketamine. That is their professional responsibility. It is not a use of force by the police officer, and therefore I ask for an aye vote on L025.
Representative Ransom to Amendment 25.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm speaking in support of this amendment. Those of you that are familiar with law enforcement, I know my brother, well, he graduated first in his class from the police academy, so I asked him a lot about law enforcement questions and bills when they come through. And those of you that are familiar with it know that when there's an emergency situation, things happen fast. And if the peace officer is the first one there at any type of emergency scene, or if there's peace officers working, they know, they see this emergency, it's happening, and then the EMS folks come later, as we just heard described, there's going to be quick, hurried conferences. What can we do? How can we resolve this? How can we tone it down? They're trying to save lives. They're trying to keep the peace. Everybody's working hard and fast. These decisions have to be made in a split second. They have to be made whether ketamine is administered or whatever type of restraints are used, it has to happen very, very fast. And for the police officer to quickly say something to the EMS, he just did this, or I saw this right before you got here. Looking at this provision we're dealing with the committee report right now, that the peace officer shall not use, request, cause, direct, or influence the use of ketamine upon another person. That is really scary, that we are going to censor the peace officer's words from even giving his impression of what's happened so far in what can be a fast-moving emergency situation. I fully recognize how this entire bill came about. I recognize that the sponsors are trying to address something that happened 2 years ago. I understand what they're trying to figure out and make sure doesn't happen again. However, censoring the words of somebody who's been on an emergency scene, who may have cross-training, they may have emergency EMS training themselves, they're trying to speak with the EMS folks that show up and give them their first impressions and their ideas of maybe what might happen. I just think that would be totally wrong to tie their hands and put a muzzle over our police officers' mouths from even trying to give what their advice, thoughts, impressions, and witness might be to what they've seen. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment, folks. I think that not letting the folks in blue speak, our men and women in blue, may have a very good idea of what has happened before the EMS folks show up. So I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on this amendment. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the amendment. I've been in conversations with our PD and fire department, and I can tell you emphatically that our police officers do not direct order or any such thing. The idea that if they say anything to our paramedics that would be then interpreted as an illegal use of force is something that is going to handcuff the ability of our EMTs to provide that. Our paramedics provide this on their own authority. They do not take the orders of the officer, and it is very critical that we ensure that that relationship is recognized and that we don't put our officers in harm's way legally for something that is just simply not appropriate. We do use it very sparingly, very limited, and it is a safe drug when carefully used in those critical situations where it needs to be. I ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Representative Baisley? Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Another consequence of calling the police officers' statements to the EMS a violation on the rules of the use of force is it pulls it into the current statute on rules on the use of force, and all of those consequences that flow under Senate Bill 217 on violation of the rules of the use of force would now flow against the police officer. Again, not because of any action, physical restraint, handcuffing, from this minimal amount of force to deadly force that resulted under 217 to consequences, additional consequences. But now statements made by the police officer to EMS that now those consequences to the police officer that we debated under 217 could result. So in addition, as we'll get to in other parts of the bill, we're also making police officers subject to criminal convictions under this bill. So I just think that this is a bridge too far. I would hope that we don't go so far down the road that police officers who are showing up on a scene are now so concerned about parsing, not saying anything, words that can make them subject to a criminal conviction, words that can make them subject to being held to violate rules on the use of force with all those consequences. Again, they have no authority. It is the EMS that makes that independent judgment. And the EMS, licensed professionals, and we heard this in testimony, you have a letter on your desk from the fire chiefs who said, people say all sorts of things to us on scene, but it's our medical decision whether we administer ketamine. So whether people are saying, can you help us, or can you give him something, or relaying factual information, the EMS, who deal with thousands of these incidents, hear every variation of that, and facts and circumstances that are being relayed to them by police officers and others on the scene. It is them making the decision on ketamine. So I just wanted to point out the consequence of keeping a provision in this bill that says words to an EMS now constitute a rule on the use of force, which, as far as I know, I'm not aware of any other instance across the country. I mean, this would be the first, and in a very inappropriate way that will have a chilling effect. If you want police officers standing off to the sidelines saying nothing, that's what some of these consequences are going to be in circumstances where their assistance and interaction with the fire chiefs and the EMS help keep everybody safe and actually result in a better decision by EMS because they have more facts. They're working together as a team. So I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Herod. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Carver. You know, as my colleague on the other side of the aisle mentioned, their law enforcement officers don't actually do this. They don't direct the use of ketamine. That's great, and I applaud that agency for doing that work. I know a lot of agencies across the state have already been very clear with their law enforcement officers not to direct. But I want to be clear that the reason for this bill is not just the death of Elijah McClain. We'll get into that a bit later. And it wasn't just the death of someone 2 years ago. There was actually another death by ketamine in Colorado Springs just recently, and we'll again talk about that later. What the purpose of this bill is, and these sections, is because there are EMS providers who have come to me and said that we need support. We feel like we are being directed by law enforcement officers to use ketamine, and we can't say no. If you're not doing it, this bill will not apply to you, and you are fine. But for those who are, or those who think that they should direct the use of ketamine, we're making it very clear that that is outside of the scope of your duties. But I want to be clear also that I think folks are looking at the initial version of the bill that was not amended to address some of the firefighters' concerns. We have added in language into the strike below that specifically says, a peace officer may give pertinent information about the individual or the scene to the EMS provider. We are not trying to say that any words used or any information on scene will be used against the officer. In fact, we put that in statute. You'll see an amendment coming that actually raises the bar on that provision to ensure that it is very clear that across the board, giving any information about the individual or the scene to the EMS provider does not constitute a violation of this section. And I'll also point to the underlying amendment from Representative Carver's substitute amendment that takes out the word cause, direct, or influence and changes that to direct or unduly influence. These are very clear words, very clear terms that really narrows the scope of the bill to really address the times that we've seen on body camera footage where a law enforcement officer has said, give them another dose. give them a second dose. Not just the ambiguous, what can you do to help? That's not what this bill is about. This bill is about that direction, and where EMS feels like they don't have the opportunity to say no to a law enforcement officer. And so I think that we have come to a very reasonable place. I respect and appreciate Representative Carver's diligent work on this amendment and other amendments that you will see coming, but I do ask for a no vote on this amendment. It does go to the crux of the bill.
Amendment 25, Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Generally speaking, I love that this issue is being addressed by the bill, because it's just a very disturbing thing to me that any government entity would inject something against a person's will in their body. And so it's always been disturbing to me, and I appreciate deeply that this is being addressed in legislation. It's an appropriate role for us to do. But I do want to support this amendment and others that are coming that would allay the unintended consequences of putting law enforcement into a new vulnerable situation that does cause them to act and to question in the heat of the moment their actions and their words and so on that they might be punished for. So let's do the good work and not trip up our law enforcement officers. So I appreciate there'll be, I think, a lot more folks in support of the bill if we can get this part right. So I urge a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to come down and echo the sentiments of Representative Baisley and to thank the hard work of Representative Carver here. So I am honestly very much torn on this bill. I've had conversations with some of the bill sponsors. I've had conversations with the medical community, and the fact that we're administering a very powerful sedative like ketamine on the street with, EMS who are, brave frontline service workers, but they are not highly trained in the same way that a doctor or an anesthesiologist is, and the potential negative consequences of injecting a very highly high-impact sedative, fast-acting sedative with hallucinogenic side effects is something that makes me very uncomfortable that this is something we're putting out on the streets to begin with. Ketamine has an appropriate medical use, but it's in a hospital, in a surgical setting. That part of the bill, I'm very much in support of and very much excited about. The part of the bill that I'm not excited about here is the provisions that this amendment indeed gets at addressing, what I view as a criminalization of speech by our law enforcement officers that I think will not only directly and dramatically impact the jobs that they're able to do, but I think frankly will have a negative consequence on public safety and on the safety of EMT and law enforcement professionals. The language in here I think is fairly ambiguous. I think it's ambiguous enough that a law enforcement officer may question whether saying, hey, this person has been violent, you may want to consider giving them a sedative, does that cross the line? And I think that level of concern and hesitation will result in poor law enforcement. It may result in somebody going into an ambulance and then having an episode in there. Indeed, I didn't sit in on committee, but it's my understanding that there were several EMTs that testified to situations like that, where they were in a ambulance, in a transport situation where there was somebody who was physically violent, where they suffered injury. And I think that this bill is overly prescriptive on what we're allowing law enforcement to do. It ties the hands of our first responders. And again, I think there's a lot of good stuff in here that we need to get to. I think we do need to take a look at what happened to Elijah McClain and say, where did we go wrong and how do we fix this? And I think starting by getting ketamine off the streets in this situation is an excellent first start, but I think that this bill is going too far, and I think that this amendment would help it get a lot closer to where it needs to be. To achieve the public policy goal of ensuring that we don't have things like what happened to Elijah McClain happen again, but also appropriately recognizing the difficulties of law enforcement and the various situations that they may find themselves in where this may be the only option, or this may indeed be a better option than a physical restraint, which, as we've seen in other instances, can also lead to very severe negative outcomes. So, members, I would strongly encourage you to actually consider this amendment. Let's work with law enforcement to come up with a compromise on this that, addresses the very real issue with these powerful drugs, but also acknowledges the reality on the ground. And we do not need to be attacking our law enforcement and criminalizing their speech in a way that I think will ultimately have a negative impact on not only their safety, but on public safety. So members, I rise in strong support of this amendment, and please let's go to work on this.
Further discussion on this amendment? Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I stand in opposition to this amendment. You've heard that it's just language, but this is an important Fourth Amendment constitutional right with regard to use of force. And the use of ketamine in particular, there's been incidents, and we've talked about the ones in Colorado, in Minneapolis, there was a law review article that I'm looking at out of California that did an analysis of ketamine incidents in Minneapolis and highlighted that police might participate in or co-opt the medical decision-making process of paramedics. Because I do agree that paramedics have to make that decision, but if you have a police officer meeting you at the scene and saying, can't you give him something, can't you give him, whatever it is, sometimes they say ketamine. And it's difficult for a paramedic, just like it is anyone else, to stand up to a police officer. And really, what the police officer's intent is really about controlling the suspect and keeping the peace, where the paramedic's intent should be the welfare of the individual. And those are two different objectives, and it gets mixed in this. And so if an officer is not unduly influencing or directing the use of it, which the language in this section talks about, they are not doing it. But the use of chemicals restraints and the reasonableness of that use can be a constitutional violation. And it is important. To me, this sounds a lot like the discussion when tasers first came about and other non-lethal weapons. Everybody thought, oh, that's great. That way there'll be less police shootings and killings because we're going to use non-lethal weapons. Well, we saw, and it's currently in litigation, the use of non-lethal weapons is being litigated right now. You've seen cases, and some of you who have some public safety background that know that you hear it a lot or read about it, that tasers are being used to control people that are in handcuffs, that are sitting in restraint chairs, that they continue to do that to people. There was a show of a person in his car. I don't know what service he was with, what armed service. And just to get him out of the car, when he was talking to him, they tased him several times. Those are supposed to be non-lethal weapons. They're not supposed to be used in that way. The use of ketamine has a particular purpose outside the hospital setting. And if it's deemed that it should be used, those parameters that are set for that profession should be using that to make the determination, not an officer pushing them to do that. This does not prevent an officer from telling them the facts of the physical condition of the individual and letting them make that decision. But it definitely is a type of use of force, and it should be called out as that. It doesn't take anything away from officers as far as telling them the condition of the individual. And it does state that that is an independent decision of the paramedic. It is not and should not be influenced by the police officer. So I think if we pass this amendment, it really guts the bill in effect, because that's the purpose of this bill. A young man who had committed no crimes. When the police were called, they weren't even called about a crime. They were called because he was acting sketchy. And on camera, they asked that it be given. The paramedics gave much more than was needed, and the young man died. Let's not get away from the effects of ketamine. And there has to be that distinction between paramedics and police. And if police overreact and say, give it to him, I don't care, give it to him, that is wrong, and we know it's wrong. And they should be responsible for that. So I think this is an important part of this bill, and we should not remove it from the bill. So I urge a no vote on this amendment.
The question before us is Amendment L25. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Back to Amendment 26. Can we display Amendment 26? Oh, you did. Super. Thank you. The question before us is Amendment 26. Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While I greatly appreciate the efforts by the sponsors to narrow this language, which was so broad, I think the challenge and the difficulty is going from influence to unduly influence. You know, we still need, what we're trying to do is provide clarity. In other words, we heard over and over again in testimony that you are going to chill the officer's speech, interaction, information, discussion going on between police officers and EMTs on the scene when you have uncertainty by the police officers that will result in pretty extreme sanctions against them. Well, then what is the fear which you see in the police chief's letter on your desk and as we've spoke about? If it's unclear, you're going to err on the side of saying nothing or as little as possible, right? Is that in anybody's interest for police officers with relevant information who otherwise would be working as a team with EMTs to make sure everybody's safe, for the police officers now to stand off at the side, mum, not sure what they can say? Are they supposed to do a legal analysis in their head on whether a statement made by them unduly influences the EMT? How are they supposed to make that decision? So while I appreciate the work of the sponsors in narrowing this language, it does not solve the problem. And so while it does make the bill better, I just want to make it clear, my language in the amendment that was just voted down was shall not use, direct, or compel. This language is unduly influence. I don't know what that means. And I guarantee you a police officer doesn't either.
The question before us is Amendment L26. Representative Lynch.
Thank you. I thought so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I try to make a habit of listening to my law enforcement, my fire chiefs, and I think this is a decent compromise. I think this reduces some of the ambiguity, and it gets to the point of if they are, unduly or directly requesting that, I think that keeps in the spirit of it, and it takes some of the ambiguity out of it. So I would encourage us to take this amendment seriously, and I think it gets to a point. But I mean, these terms are coming from stakeholders, not from what we think is right, but what the people in the field think is right. So I would encourage a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate those words and some of the folks that have reached out to us on this issue. And my concern, I think, follows along a little bit with what Representative Carver's concerns are. And that is that I think we take a very dynamic situation when we talk about how someone presents themselves both to EMS and to police, to law enforcement, and then how is it that we go about making sure that the right decisions get made in the right way. And often it is not by tying the hands entirely of saying, this is the only process you can follow down this route. Because as Representative Carver said, a lot of times then there will be a disengagement on that side because you are not quite sure what that means. You are not quite sure what this means. And when we begin to insert doubt into how to handle a situation in its immediate moment, of which all the pieces we can't understand, I think that's where I'm left with concern, and where I'm left with concern about inserting a lot of language that begins to cloud the ability for someone to say, okay, this was the situation we were presented with, and was it that there was a question about, what can you guys do? What can you guys do? This is a dynamic situation. So when we insert this doubt, and when we add to that the doubts of where those lines get crossed, then I worry that what we do is we place people's safety into jeopardy. And I mean everyone's. I mean the suspect, I mean law enforcement, I mean onlookers and people who are involved in an incident. I worry that when we go too far down a road of let's be cautious, we get to a point where we say, well, the caution then gets completely shunted to the other end of this scale. And that's my concern, is that I think that the tragedy that we have endured is one that is absolutely instructional, and that what we want to do is make sure that not only does that not happen, but that we take into account what all of the interests are in that situation. I think it's too dynamic to hem it in this much.
The question before us is Amendment L26. All those in, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, bill sponsors, for putting this adjective in front. It does help us narrow, and I appreciate where you guys are trying to get to. I understand, we don't want medical personnel to be influenced by other factors, but in light of the fact that there is that criminal penalty that is associated, my concern is that this language is still so ambiguous as to when does it apply, right? We were having a sidebar conversation, another representative and I, and we were saying, there is that exception for what is medically relevant information. And if I, let's say, go skiing and break my leg, and it is told that I broke my leg while in the Alps, is that medically relevant information? Well, maybe not on the surface, but maybe if I have an infection in my leg of a particular parasite that's only found in the Alps, then it becomes medically relevant information. And so there are some questions, there are some dynamics here as to when does this apply and when does the unduly actually, when is unduly triggered? What is influence that is undue? What is influence that is beyond the normal course? And so I really do appreciate the addition of unduly, but I still believe that that whole phrase, that undue influence, is so problematic and will actually result in consequences, unintended consequences, that will be worse for people on the ground. Because if the law enforcement community is concerned about losing their freedom because this has a criminal penalty of jail time, losing their job, paying a fine, will they be propelled to provide information that they will think could be characterized as undue influence? And then if that EMS provider doesn't have that information and poorly treats that person, then we're back in the same situation of people being harmed. And so you don't want that, I don't want that. And so I really wish there was a better phrase. I really wish there was a better way of articulating, maybe providing a definition of what that looks like would help me along the road. But in terms of that undue influence language, I still think it's too ambiguous. Thank you, ladies.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to clarify, and I appreciate my colleagues' questions. We have an amendment coming up next that will define undue influence using Black's Law. But as my colleague from the other side there also mentioned, these amendments came to us from law enforcement, EMS, and fire. Undue was an idea that was brought to us by them, but we will define that too to make sure that all terms in this bill are very clear and not ambiguous. Members, we're not trying to do a gotcha here at all. In fact, there's been too many gotchas, and we feel like it's not clear about when law enforcement should be held accountable when they shouldn't. This helps to clarify that. Current law says that law enforcement officers cannot administer ketamine, and that the ketamine should only be used at the direction of EMS, but that hasn't been clear, right? And so we're clarifying that here. And to my colleague, and I'm sorry I don't remember your county, but I look forward to visiting it in the interim. Your example that you gave in the Alps, I think that's really important to talk about because, well, obviously, we're going to be more in Eagle County than the Alps, but the purpose of this bill is not to stop medical providers from doing their work. From the initial version of the bill, we have limited this bill to only when law enforcement is using ketamine as a form of restraint. So we're not talking about if it's just a medical emergency. You can provide whatever information you want on scene if there's a medical emergency. We have clarified that in the bill to narrow that. My brother's an anesthesiologist. He administers ketamine. He needs all the information he needs about his patient before he administers ketamine. This does not relate to that at all. This is only for the in-field use of ketamine while law enforcement is present for the purposes of detaining someone, okay? And so I want to be clear on that because I think that there was some confusion, and to my colleague's credit, it was written in a way that was confusing, and we have since changed that to make sure that that's there. And the language around pertinent information is not just pertinent medical information. It's pertinent information about the individual or the scene. Factual information can be given. It's when you cross a line is when you direct. Is when you decide as a law enforcement officer that this person should or should not have a sedative. That just shouldn't happen, and we are clarifying that in the law. Thank you to my colleague for her questions and discussion.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that response. To respond, first, I represent 3 wonderful counties, so please do come visit Otero, Fremont, and Pueblo counties in the interim. I'd be happy to show you around. We can go apple picking or melon picking or something. My example was poor insofar as it's not directly related to the law enforcement paramedic. I apologize, I wasn't referring to that as if that would be covered by this bill. I was just giving a general example as to when is information medically relevant or when is it not. Because on page 4 at the top of the strike below the Judiciary Committee report, lines 2 through 6, they're not allowed to do these things except that a peace officer may provide critical medical information. And so the question is, what is critical medical information, and how does that interact with the idea of undue influence? And at what point does it transition from critical medical information into undue influence? And so that was really the point that I was trying to make. So thank you.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I need to actually clarify a couple of things. Though this amendment does do some improvements on here, I was under the impression that we had already defined unduly, so
I would like to see that definition put forward before I'm in complete support of this amendment.
The question before us is Amendment 26. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against, no? The ayes have it. Amendment 26 is passed. To the committee report. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members. I move Amendment L027 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment 27 has been displayed. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank my colleague from Lakewood who worked with us on this definition, and members of the Judiciary Committee, esteemed members. We heard that there was a bit of confusion around what undue influence means, and we are using the Black's Law traditionally legal definition, so there's no confusion, so there's not multiple definitions of what unduly influence means. So this is going to be a legal standard that is typical, that is known. We have not changed it, we have not tweaked it, we have used the Black Law's legal definition. And so what this says is undue influence means the improper use of power and a trust in a way that derives a person of free will and substitutes another's objectives.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I offer a substitute amendment, L028, and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L28, substitute amendment for 27, is properly displayed. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And while I have spent many hours with Black's Law Dictionary, as has every other person who suffered through law school, I think that this is actually better language, because the underlying amendment talks in terms of substituting one's objective. That's a little bit too much legalese. We're trying to establish legal principles that can be utilized by folks who haven't suffered through 3 years of law school. And so I think that this is better language because it makes clear that we're talking about a situation where there is an attempt to override, compel, direct, override the judgment of the EMT. And I believe that that provides more clarity than just substitute one's objective, with all due respect to Black's Law Dictionary. So I ask for an aye vote.
We take a momentary recess. We will not take a momentary recess. We will vote on Amendment 27. Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm sorry, I was eating and I realized I'm not supposed to eat in the well. So appreciate the comments from Representative Carver. This is a definition that we worked on after talking about what the concerns were about problematic behavior that frankly law enforcement and EMTs also agreed to in terms of what was problematic. What we had a hard time with was deciding how you get to that language and definition. So I would ask for support, or excuse me, I would ask not to support the amendment that my colleague from El Paso just talked about, but instead support the initial amendment, which is, like Representative Herod said, the definition that Black's Law uses. So currently, unduly influenced is not defined in statute. And so this was the definition that we pulled from a sort of independent, neutral legal source. And I think that's the better definition. They're close, but I would ask for a no vote on the Carver Amendment and a yes vote on the amendment that Representative Herod offered.
So we are to Amendment L28. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Back to Amendment 27. The question before us is Amendment 27. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 27 is passed. To the committee report. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Which one are we on, 21? Can do 20, it doesn't matter what. I move Amendment L020 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment 20 has been displayed. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for an aye vote on Amendment 20. What this amendment does is it ensures that there is an administrative and internal investigation process before a law enforcement officer is deemed to have violated this provision. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I offer a substitute amendment, L017, and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment 17, substitute for Amendment 20, has been displayed. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And quite frankly, I believe that the language in the bill, as well as proposed to be amended by the sponsors, is still not the appropriate process when an incident occurs and there is some question about the police officer's conduct. Right now, what you have is the post board, just to lay a little groundwork, is the oversight board, peace officers standing in training, that does not itself have independent investigatory authority. And so if you have a situation where there is some allegation of improper conduct, and just to speak in general terms, the proper approach is that there be an investigation, which cannot be done by the post board, that the police department do their own internal investigation, and then, as you'll see in amendment later on, report the results to the post board. And so it is a process step that I think is cleaner and more straightforward, and that is why we're deleting those provisions of the bill instead of amending what I regard as an improper process, but which really doesn't resolve the problem. And I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is Amendment 17. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Back to Amendment 20. Representative Herod.
Go ahead. Sorry.
The question before us is Amendment 20. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. To the committee report. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bearing with me on these. I move Amendment L012 and ask that it be displayed.
21.
L021.
Amendment 21 has been displayed. Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment it feels like a moot point, so I'm not going to belabor it. But what this does is it rises the level of saying that pertinent information about the individual or the scene does not constitute a violation of the bill or the section or anything herein. And so it rises that to the level so that folks can clearly see that you may provide pertinent information about the individual or the scene to a law enforcement officer. I ask for an aye vote. Again, oh, and one more thing, sorry. This was suggested by law enforcement as well. I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is Amendment 21. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 022.
Thank you.
And ask that it be displayed.
Amendment 22 has been displayed. Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is something that, again, I thank the Judiciary Committee for catching this. This puts in the appropriate steps before post-certification. So the Post Board does not actually do investigations. Nor do we want to give them money to do investigations or add to our already great budget for the Post Board. I know you want more Post Board, so we'll talk about that later. What this does is it says that while someone can confidentially report to the Post Board, Post must actually submit that report to the officer's agency so that that agency can provide conduct an appropriate internal investigation. They must then submit the findings back to Post Board, but Post Board is not the organization that's responsible for the revocation of the post-certification or the investigation that leads to that revocation. And so only if someone is deemed to have violated this section by an internal investigation or by a judge, for instance, they won't lose their post-certification, nor will Post make those final determinations about whether or not there's a violation. Post will still revoke, similar to any other use of force ending in serious bodily injury or death, but they will not make that determination or that investigation. I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L022.
The question before us is Amendment 22. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. To the committee report. Amendment 22 is passed, I should say. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I offer Amendment L018 and ask it that be displayed.
Our old friend, Amendment L18, is back and being properly displayed. In a moment. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this addresses the situation which we do have in Colorado for law enforcement who are dual-hatted as an EMT. And so if they are making the decision as an EMT on whether to administer ketamine, obviously the prohibitions with regards to law enforcement are not in play. And this is just to clarify that. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate Representative Carver's work on this. I ask for a yes vote.
The question before us is Amendment 18. All those in favor say yes. Aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 18 is passed. To the committee report. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I offer Amendment L024 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment 24 is properly displayed. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the bill as introduced, it is referencing DHS and their statutory authority and rulemaking. And since the ketamine waivers and other issues related to ketamine are done by CDPHE, this simply deletes that language for DHS and puts it in the appropriate statutory section for CDPHE. Ask for an aye vote.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I appreciate Representative Carver's work on this. I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is Amendment 24. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is passed. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I offer Amendment L029 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment 29 is before us. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is, quite frankly, a standalone provision, and quite frankly, represents what law enforcement has been saying all along, is that they don't have the authority to administer ketamine. That is EMT. And as you may hear later on, ketamine as a controlled substance is not normally authorized for use. It's only authorized under a CDPHE waiver, which specifies the conditions for its use by an EMT. Police officer cannot administer ketamine, and they do not administer ketamine. And this also clearly states that a police officer does not have the authority to compel an EMS provider to administer ketamine against their own independent medical judgment. So respectfully to EMTs, regardless of statements that are said, factual suggestions, requests, can you help me with this? It is the EMT's professional responsibility and within their authority only to make an independent decision on whether or not to administer ketamine, subject to CDPHE's waiver on when that is and is not appropriate. And so I think just stating this clearly within the bill is helpful in making clear responsibilities and authority in making the decision on whether ketamine will be used on a scene. It is by the EMT. Regardless of any statement, words, requests that a police officer makes, it is the EMT's independent judgment. So I believe that this is helpful in providing clarity to this bill, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we have done some really good work on this bill. And again, I have to give a shout out to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for their work. This section actually may conflict with other sections that we just amended into the bill. We also think that it is a bit redundant based on the things that we've changed. Until we have further legal analysis on this provision that we only just saw recently, we are going to have to ask for a no vote, but do commit to continuing having conversations with the bill sponsor. So at this time, I ask for a no vote.
The question before us is Amendment 29. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the committee report, Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I offer Amendment L014 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment 14 has been displayed. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. An aspect of this bill that we haven't discussed is consequences to a police officer who hears the words stated by a police officer to an EMT. And the bill as written says that if a police officer hears the words that are spoken by a police officer to an EMT, again, trying to decide now as amended, do those words unduly influence, even with the, whether they remember Black's Law Dictionary definition of unduly influence, as they're listening to the statement and trying to decide, oh my, does this unduly influence the EMT, even if the EMT is ignoring what the police officer said, right? The EMT is focused on providing care to the individual on scene, but under this bill, a police officer who hears a statement made by a police officer to the EMT that unduly influences, whatever that means, the EMT's decision, or could have that effect, whether the EMT is actually influenced or not, that police officer now has a duty to, quote, intervene. I'm not sure exactly what that means once the words have been said. The words can't be withdrawn, as far as I know, but now has a duty to report. And the way the bill is drafted, I believe with the amendments, and bill sponsors, correct me if I'm wrong, we've done so many interesting amendments, is the introduced bill required the police officer who heard the statement to report to the post board. If they fail to intervene and fail to report, they themselves are subject to a criminal conviction. So first they have to figure out, does this statement unduly influence or have the potential to unduly influence? And then they've got to intervene and report, and if they don't, they face a criminal conviction of a Class 1 misdemeanor. So what this amendment does, and I'll deal with the criminal convictions later, is this would simply say if a police officer hears a statement by another police officer that they believe is not proper, not in accordance with the standards, that they report that to the head of their unit, to the police department itself, for them to conduct an internal investigation about whether or not there is a violation. and then the findings of that investigation can be reported to the post board. And I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is whether or not I'm recognizing Representative Harrod. Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Members, this is not anything different than what we have discussed in Senate Bill 217. This just ensures that duty to report, duty to intervene, similar to what we've passed and what is current law, applies to this use of force. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for this amendment, Representative Carver. So I am a big proponent of chains of command, and under this amendment, we are ensuring proper chains of command so that the officer goes right to their reporting facility, to their reporting structure, as opposed to walking outside of that. And so I think it is providing good clarity. We also heard in committee testimony that suggests that the post board doesn't have the mechanisms in place in order to receive some of these complaints in the way that is contemplated under the bill. And so they would have to create more infrastructure. And so I think that it makes sense for the initial investigation to take place at the local level and for that determination, regardless of what the finding is, because the language says any subsequent findings. So it could have been dismissed or it could have substance to it. Any of those subsequent findings get brought up to the post board. I think that provides a good check and balance and ensures that we are not expending more resources in ways that we don't need to expend. And so for that reason, I am a yes vote on this amendment.
Members, can we keep it down a little bit, please? Conversations off to the side. The question before us is Amendment 14. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the committee report, Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I offer Amendment L013 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L013 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Majority Leader. This amendment strikes the criminal conviction penalties in the bill. Members, we are talking about statements, words that the police officer says to the EMT on the scene. And we are going to criminalize that. We are going to criminalize those words. We are going to criminalize the actions of a police officer who hears another police officer say these words, trying to decide if they unduly influence, with or without the help of a Black's Law Dictionary on scene. We are going to subject them to a Class 1 misdemeanor of 18 months in jail, a criminal conviction for words, or for hearing another police officer say words that somebody down the road decides is unduly influencing the decision of an EMT to give ketamine when it's the EMT's own independent professional judgment? We have already seen that we have language in the bill stating prohibition against the police officer using, directing, and my preferred language, compelling, or in even the language of that is currently as amended, unduly influencing, whatever that means. We have the internal investigation by the police department with a mandatory report up to the post board, who then can look at what was done and make a determination. We have the provision still in the bill on how a police officer's words that some might deem unduly influence, again, whatever that means, constituting a violation on the rule of the use of force, and now all the potential liability and sanction flowing to the police officer for that, for words spoken by a police officer to an EMT. So what this amendment does is say to the police officer who spoke the words and to the police officer who heard another police officer speak the words, that after the fact, as somebody else determines whether those words were unduly influenced, which is totally subjective, we are not going to make you subject to criminal conviction of a Class 1 misdemeanor if you spoke the words or if you heard the words spoken. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L013? Representative Herod.
Oh, I'm still.
I had called on Representative Herod. When I call for the vote is when you can call for division. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. While I appreciate Representative Carver's work on this, I want to let you all know that this does conflict with the sections that we already moved in the bill, which requires the IA investigation before any determination is made from post. However, if the internal investigation or a judge does say that they violated this section, it does fall into current law under 217, which says that they are subject to the exact same penalties as a violation of use of force. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Majority Leader. Well, it's not a violation of 217 yet. This bill would make it a violation of 217 if we adopt this bill, because it adds saying words as now a prohibited rules on the use of force. So that's not current law. This bill would change that to make it the law if we were to adopt it. Members, is there not a difference between a police officer using excessive force on a scene, excessive physical force on a scene against an individual, and you saying words to an EMT, and the EMT ends up giving ketamine? And now the question is, did the police officer's words unduly influence the EMT? And yet you're going to punish those two things the exact same way. That's what this bill is doing. When a police officer uses excessive force and causes harm to an individual, That is one thing. And we sanction that, we punish that excessive force. I reject that a police officer saying words to an EMT that somebody down the road decides unduly influenced the EMT's judgment or decision, that is the same as using excessive force, and we punish it. We treat it the same in the sanctions. I reject that. Criminal convictions in these cases is wrong, is inappropriate. To say you will go to jail for 18 months for saying words, or because you heard another police officer say words, and you failed to intervene and report, we're going to throw them in jail for 18 months? I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L013? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is that the right thing to call you right now?
I am the chair of the COW right now.
Wonderful. I rise in support of this amendment as well. I think when we're talking about ambiguous language, when we don't know what behaviors will actually trigger the consequences attached, that we shouldn't apply criminal penalties. And so as long as the undue influence remains in this bill, this is a good protection for our law enforcement officers. They still will have to go through investigation. They will still have to go through some formal process that potentially might result in discipline, but ascribing a criminal penalty, a class 1 misdemeanor, which is a high penalty, to undue influence, especially when the bill also says that they are allowed to provide medically relevant information and doesn't give clear delineation as to what is medically relevant versus what is undue influence, we put people in a bind and in a situation where they don't have the proper notice. And so I rise in support of this amendment, especially in light of the fact that we still have left in that phrase, undue influence. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L013? Seeing none, a division has been called. The question is the adoption of Amendment L013. As a division has been requested, all those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated.
supposed to be sit. Sit. This might be hard. Follow my guidance. Oh. That's right. But follow my.
A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All of those in favor of Amendment L013, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You only have to do one or the other, Representative McKean.
Trying to cover all the bases. I'm just covering the bases.
You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken, or raise your hand. Good. You may be seated. Amendment L013 is lost. To the committee report. Is there any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The Judiciary Committee report passes as amended. To the bill. Is there any further discussion? Representative Carver is in the well first.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
One moment, Representative Carver. Members, I know that a lot of us have, or we're all back now in the chamber. If you can, please still keep the volume down so we can hear. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've referenced a couple of times a letter from the fire chiefs that is on your desk. stating their serious concerns with this bill and how it will damage the flow of information between law enforcement and others responding to the incidents, that it will have a chilling effect, that it will harm folks working together as a team, which is in the best interests of the individuals being treated by the EMTs and for the safety of all of those on scene. The other thing that I find interesting about this bill is while we have these, this bill only applies if EMTs show up on the scene and an individual is out of control and they decide to give ketamine as a sedative. This bill does not apply. In other words, all these provisions that relate to or kick in is only if law enforcement is in the vicinity. And so I heard many statements from law enforcement that said, look, if ketamine is the problem because of some of the tragic instances that have occurred, then just ban ketamine. That's fine with us. But instead, this bill takes aim at law enforcement for a decision that is not within their authority or responsibility, and it is a decision being made by EMTs. And this bill provides severe sanctions against law enforcement for words spoken. And with all due respect, while I greatly appreciate the bill's sponsors in narrowing the words and getting rid of cause, request, etc., unduly influence, even with the definition, still does not provide that clarity, especially when you're looking at the severity of the sanctions. And so for all of those reasons, members, I believe this bill will do great damage to the working relationship between police officers and EMTs responding to a scene to keep everybody safe, and I ask for a no vote.
Representative Buckenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Majority Leader. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
This bill further erodes and tears down the command and control structure that our law enforcement agencies must operate within. You cannot effectively protect society and fight crime when your foot soldiers in this battle are second-guessing each other and their commanders. Frontline EMTs, law enforcement, and doctors who are closest to incident command are the ones who are opposed to this bill. I'm going to repeat that. Frontline EMTs, law enforcement officers, and doctors who are the closest to incident command are opposed to this bill. The objective of incident command in these types of cases is to protect not only society, but the individual from himself or herself. I ask that you do an internet or Google search on excited delirium. That's spelled DELIRUM. Look at that definition. Look at the symptoms. I'm going to give you a basic definition that you're going to find. Pre-hospital therapy should focus on treating the increased metabolic activity of hypothermia and hyperelemia, which precipitates cardiac arrest. We heard testimony from doctors and EMTs that said more people will die on the streets if the tool of properly using ketamine is inhibited. Members, I ask for a no vote.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
So I had the good fortune of not having to sit in on committee on this bill. It was a long night that was put in, and I'm sad I wasn't there, kinda. But, you know, as we try to fix injustices in our society, and that's what this is a response to, unfortunate events, and we're compelled to do the right thing and to make this state a better place. Sometimes we, I believe, overstep our bounds. I think legislation like this, where we start getting in between the actions and the ability of our law enforcement, our firefighters, our EMS folks, and try to interject our knowledge over theirs, is a dangerous, dangerous thing to do. I think this bill is the record setter for the largest amount of contact I've got from groups all over the state. There's a bunch of rural issues as well that this impacts. But I would like to guard us as a body against trying to interject corrections for horrific events that have happened and putting us in between those that really know this business way better than we do. I would encourage a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1251? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise with great concern with regards to this House bill and its intent. The state legislature should not create disincentives for law enforcement to provide needed information to medical providers in these crisis situations. I think the dialogue and discussion and the exchange of information at the point of crisis and the moment of crisis, in most cases, is the difference between success and failure, or life or death. With the passing of this bill, that communication, that exchange, now comes into question. While many other bills this session seek to decrease penalties for crime, we've seen and debated many of these. This bill creates an entirely new offense. An entirely new offense for those frontline workers that we claim to hail and support. with severe consequences for officers who simply provide, in 99% of the instances, their critical input and their observations. Because in almost every case, law enforcement is there before EMS. They are supposed to be a team as part of the first response. In fact, they call it a first response team. But now you take lines of communication away from this team with this legislation in these scenes of an emergency. That is very troubling to me and concerning. I don't think we should diminish these lines of communication in these critical emergency situations between frontline workers by passing this type of legislation. This bill continues to target law enforcement and truly becomes a significant interrupter in a crisis situation. The second guessing that will come about now, potentially with this legislation in these crisis situations, may not only be harmful to those who are on the front lines, those frontline workers, but also to the protection of citizens. I believe this legislation is an overreach, and I do not believe this is the solution that should be sought with respect to chemical restraint. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And it's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
So I also rise in opposition to this bill, but appreciate the direction in which the bill is heading. I think that we definitely need to be very smart and wise with how chemical restraints such as ketamine are used. I'll actually never forget the first time I ever heard ketamine mentioned. I was in law school and can recall reading a case, and it was being used as a sedative for a date rape situation. So that told me that ketamine is a very powerful sedative. I know it's commonly referred to as a horse tranquilizer. Obviously, those are much larger dosages than what would ever be used on a human. It would be incredibly harmful. What we see in current law is that it has to be administered by EMS. It can't be administered by law enforcement itself. We've heard that throughout this debate. Then it becomes the issue of when is law enforcement directing or guiding or influencing, and we add the phrase undue influencing, that EMS professional to administer the sedative known as ketamine. And I appreciate the narrowing that has gone on here, but I am still really concerned about an area that we see on the committee report on page 4, where it talks about the exceptions for when a law enforcement officer can provide information to the EMS person. So it talks about, except that a police officer may provide critical medical information or any other pertinent information about the individual or the scene of the emergency that may assist the emergency medical service provider's assessment of the need to administer ketamine. With this exception, I guess I'm not entirely sure what would be allowed and what wouldn't be allowed, because critical medical information are the 3 key words there. And when I'm reading this and I'm thinking about, okay, if the law enforcement officer is trying to give an assessment of the scene to the medical professional, would that include things like the accused was running, acting frantically, they appeared to be out of control? How much of that would be medically relevant versus just observing what was happening at the scene prior to the arrival of EMS and being able to secure the perimeter around what events were taking place? And I think it's very important that we actually define what these are, because while law enforcement may be smart, they certainly rely on more common everyday language to understand what their particular job is and role is. And certainly, if I were a law enforcement officer, I would err on the side of not providing any information, because you don't know if that's going to fall within this exception, or if you're going to be on the side of unduly influencing. And I just really worry that we take a situation where perhaps someone should have a chemical restraint. And let me just back up for a second. It's my understanding in talking to my local law enforcement that chemical restraints are rarely ever used. At least out west, like my sheriff's office mentioned not knowing ever using them, to tell you the truth. But in the times that they do, I want to make sure that our law enforcement feels empowered to tell EMS all relevant information. And now we've injected the term unduly influence, and then we've defined it. But I see just still a lot of gray area here, because we didn't tie it to this particular situation. Instead, we took the Black's Law Dictionary definition, which could apply to any scenario in an unduly influenced category. In Black's Law Dictionary, just so you know, they will combine the opinions from appellate courts from across America, and they will come up with what seems to be a standardized opinion of what a definition is, and it'll have a lot of different references to where this particular definition has been used in different cases, and you see the citations at the bottom of the definition. That's not entirely to say that that definition is strictly Colorado law. Most likely it is, but not necessarily. And I just feel like that there, certainly Representative from El Paso County had it more tailored to where we would hold law enforcement accountable if they were exercising what would truly be undue influence in guiding EMS to deliver ketamine. The definition that we have now is certainly playing in an incredible gray area where it's very difficult to ascertain what is being determined. And it is for these reasons that I will be opposed to the bill today. But I do appreciate the direction that we're heading. I mean, we shouldn't, as a society, encourage using a strong sedative like ketamine to sedate an accused. We should use everything before that, whether it's handcuffs, the different techniques that are out there, but we certainly don't want to enter the realm of encouraging more of this use. But we also need to make sure that our law enforcement can communicate openly and freely with EMS, particularly when it's to communicate medical information. And medical information may not necessarily be critical medical information as defined by the bill. I think it's very difficult to know what would be critical and what wouldn't be critical, especially when you're in the heat of the moment. And that's why I asked for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Benavides, Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I rise in support of this bill. I think, as some of the speakers have indicated, this is a relatively new issue in law enforcement, and the issue truly is about whether or not ketamine as a chemical should be used as a restraint, and how and when. And we have had no certainty around this at all. And the bill does not provide complete certainty. All of these things are still left up to decisions that will be made by law enforcement on the scene and by paramedics on the scene. And even though it's an emergency situation, there's two different objectives. Police are there to restrain a suspect. When paramedics are called in, paramedics are there to address whatever medical conditions are going on with the individual. And they should do that. They are two independent decisions. But what has occurred is effectively a partnership between police officers and paramedics that sometimes, not always, sometimes the influence or the requests of a police officer do influence a paramedic. I'm going to read you two quick paragraphs. This wasn't a case here because everybody knows about Elijah McClain. One of the sponsors talked about the more recent case in Colorado Springs. This is a case that happened in 2018 in Minneapolis. A man, and his name was Mr. Powell. That's all I can tell from this. He was visiting his cousin at the hospital. When he came out of the hospital, someone from the hospital had made a call, not even about him. They had made a 911 call saying that a very light-skinned or Hispanic male was in the parking lot and with a gun and appeared to be suicidal. So that was what the 911 call was done. He was walking from the hospital, going to his car with his keys in his hands. And Powell was a black man with a dark complexion. He didn't match the description. Nevertheless, the officers drew their weapons when they saw Powell, and they ordered him to the ground and they handcuffed him. Later, the police claimed that Powell approached them with what they thought was a firearm, but was then determined to be his car keys. The police held him on the ground in the rain for about an hour. The employee who made the 911 call confirmed that Powell was not the person that she saw earlier. Yet, the officers still refused to release Powell and put him into and kept him detained in a squad car. Frustrated, and you can imagine, you're just leaving the hospital, walking to your car, and this happens to you. You're put in a police car, and so he began kicking and screaming. From the back of the car, Powell could see an ambulance arriving. Paramedics stepped out and huddled with the officers. A paramedic then approached Powell, still handcuffed in the back of the car, and he stuck the needle of a syringe, which Powell later found out contained ketamine, in his arm. No questions, just injected him with ketamine. All Powell remembers after that is falling over. He was handcuffed, so he fell over in the seat of the car. His breathing stopped due to an adverse reaction to the drug, which required immediate medical attention. Luckily, he was outside of a hospital. And Powell was intubated and hospitalized. Those are the situations we're talking about. The paramedics did not even talk to him about his situation, how he was feeling, making an assessment of his medical condition. These need to be two separate decisions, and that's what this bill does. Some of you that weren't in the committee have to understand that ketamine is generally only used in a hospital setting. All the paramedics that are using it have to get a waiver to be able to use it outside of a hospital setting. And we had people from that board of paramedics said, well, we've approved every waiver request. So they're all being approved. Anybody that asks for it, so they're getting a waiver. There are no requirements around should you use it or not use it from either the paramedic side or the officer's side. There is nothing in this bill that prevents a police officer from talking to a paramedic and telling them about their health condition or why they requested them to come there, that he was doing something, maybe hallucinations or saying things that a paramedic needs to know. Nothing at all prevents a police officer from doing that. And I would say police officers are professionals, and police officers will do that. All this bill says, do that, do not direct them to give ketamine. That's what this bill is about. And even the portion on making it use of force, that doesn't say if you did this, that's still going to be decided by DAs, because it says the DAs may charge the officer of any crime based on the facts of the case. It is not automatic. The portion that is automatic is if another police officer sees what he thinks or she thinks is undue influence or directing paramedics, they have to report that. That's all it says. If they don't report it, then it is a Class 1 misdemeanor. That's what it's saying. But it's not taking the discretion away from either officers. This is, I will give you, this is a relatively novel issue in the courts. And whether it is a Fourth Amendment use of force violation, the Supreme Court has not fully weighed in on that. And lower courts are mixed on the issue. But we know it's a problem in Colorado. We know it's a problem. And when we know things are a problem, we don't wait for the courts. We say, what can we do to put clearer guidance in place? That's what this bill does. It gives direction to paramedics. It gives direction to police officers. I think it's a very balanced approach, and it's an approach we should take. And I commend the sponsors for all of the work they've done on it. None of this, don't think that because an officer says, well, I'm never going to do this. That is hard to believe. The officers take their duty seriously. If they feel that a paramedic has to come out because of a health condition of someone, they're going to talk to them and they're going to tell them. I believe that professional police officers will do that. They are not going to be afraid to do that. If they were afraid they might violate the Constitution or someone's rights, they couldn't do their job to begin with. There's a lot of instances. So if that fear is stopping them from doing their job, maybe they're in the wrong profession. But they're making those decisions every day. This is a good bill, and I urge you to support it.
Representative Sandrich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, when I think of this bill, a few things actually come to mind. I kind of break them up into two segments. First, saying it's going to mean smart to use. Secondly, is this the communication with the police and the EMTs. For the ketamine, when I was a police officer, we didn't have anything like this. I look at it on face value and thinking, holding somebody down and injecting them with something, a substance, just at face value, you feel that sooner or later something's going to go wrong. A lot of people I've dealt with that were out of control were what's called wet, meaning they were on PCP. If you inject somebody with unknown substance that's wet, sooner or later you're going to have problems. The second level would be mentally ill people. Do I feel that injecting them with a mentally ill person that's going through an episode, holding them down, injecting this with this substance, a smart thing to do? I have some issues with that too. And then just allergic reactions. I mean, you give enough people Flintstone vitamins, sooner or later you're going to find somebody that has an allergic reaction. So I'm still questioning if this is a proper thing to do. But when I look at, is this proper, who decides what is proper? Do the police decide? Do the DAs decide? Truthfully, the people in a community decides what path they should take. Doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. The community decides how they want their police to act. I've actually been to different countries and analyzed their criminal justice systems, about 8 countries. And what I noticed is people do things differently. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But at the end of the day, it's whatever society wants. I've been to countries and areas where the police show up without firearms. Now, is that the safest thing for the police? No. But that's what the community wanted. So the community decides what path the police take. how they want their police to act. And then at that point, that's when the police decide if they still want to, certain officers, if they still want to be police in that area. So as a community, we can decide. I mean, there was, I know President Trump came out with the lateral vascular neck restraints, making those illegal, and I know we did that in this state. I think it was a great tool. But if the community comes out and says they don't want the police using it anymore, it doesn't matter how great it is in some people's eyes, the community just says, I don't want it anymore in this area. So that's what we're here. We're representatives of our districts, and we're getting together to decide if our communities want this anymore. And our votes will tell. But I think on that note, I'm going to move to the second part associated with the communication with the police and the EMTs. I understand where the sponsors are coming from. The police have certain powers, and they have certain, I guess, when they're in the scene, they can possibly encourage certain behaviors from really anyone, even EMTs. However, I hold EMTs at a high level to make their own decisions, even if they are encouraged. I understand a bill swaying the police from making certain comments, but I think when we start swaying communication, it's very difficult to put a fine line with bad communication and good communication, because you do want proper communication among the EMTs and the police. So I think what will happen is, and I'm afraid that the communication, the police may just not be unsure of how to properly communicate with the EMTs. They'll be afraid to cross a line, so they won't say anything at all. And really, there needs to be a good communication with the police and the EMTs. The police can say, listen, I see some signs of drug use. I see some signs of mental illness, which happens so much. Or I just see signs of this person just being an angry, evil person. But a lot of times it's not that. It's mental illness. And that's where I think just this bill just needs a little bit more work, and it's defining what you can say, can't say. It's a lot of gray area. I think in the long run, it'll hurt communication. Ultimately, it'll hurt the patients and the suspects. So I just feel there should be some more work done on that. So thank you.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you, sir.
Thank you. I'm here today to talk about some of the concerns that I have. Granted, I am not an expert in any law enforcement or EMT or EMS. And in reality, this may be more of a problem in urban Colorado than it is in rural Colorado. But it does raise some concerns for those in the rural Colorado communities. These kind of situations develop probably anywhere. And not being familiar with or not having exercised some of those things, I think it could cause someone to stutter step when decisions need to be made quickly. And they need to be made in a way that keeps people safe. So when they're responding to an emergency, the responsibility for determining the advisability of medical treatment is solely with EMT, from what I understand, because they're qualified pre-hospital emergency medical providers. But they work directly under the supervision of their EMS director. And my understanding is that they handle that part of this incident. The policeman's responsibility, or my sheriff's, is to make that scene safe for community members, patients, paramedics, firefighters, and law enforcement officials. They do not have, or they don't seek, the authority to compel medical personnel to provide anything of emergency medical intervention or treatment. They're the police. They're there for that purpose. They're not there to make a medical decision, and they're not there to guide EMS. And EMS is not there to guide them. Law enforcement does not administer ketamine, nor do they have the authority to compel medical personnel to administer ketamine against their own independent medical judgment. Members, I know that there's been an incident. I don't know how that all worked. I don't get Denver news and those kind of things. But it seems to me like we're putting so much more emphasis on what the law enforcement officer says rather than what he does. Asking for help is almost, in my mind, a simple human reaction of simply saying, I need help here. That does not insinuate, stick this guy with a shot. He may be just needing help getting him to the ground or whatever it is they're doing as policemen. I don't think they're demanding an outside chemical be administered to that individual. And leaving it up to interpretation for a sideline observer or somebody who rode up in a different car to say, well, watch out, that was a real abuse. And I don't think words should ever be considered excessive force. If that were the case, there have been a number of days in this building where words were excessive force from both sides of the aisle. Yet we don't hold ourselves to that same standard. These people are out there to protect us, you and me. And they've done a tremendous job. We're not nearly as wound up as some other communities in the United States today. And I think that's a credit to law enforcement in the state of Colorado. Members, I think we may be going too far today. I think converting a police officer into a charged subject or potentially a convicted individual for simply wearing the badge and trying to do the best he could or the best she could is too far. On the scale of what we as community members should accept, I think we're pushing the scale too far. And I think there are some good law enforcement officers that will do like we've been talking about in the recent past. We'll soon start looking for a different community in a different state to serve. We've talked about that on a number of bills that we've had here in front of us in just the last couple of weeks, and particularly in the last few days. Members, let's take another look. I ask for a no vote on House Bill 1251. Thank you.
Representative Chipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, members, for the discussion. Representative Catlin, I agree with you. Law enforcement does not have the authority to administer ketamine, nor do they have the authority to compel someone else to administer ketamine. And law enforcement agrees with that. And I also agree, Representative Catlin, with you that I think asking for help is a simple human reaction. And we were discussing situations, horrific situations in committee and then outside of committee. And I was actually reminded of one of the situations we heard about that's not related to ketamine, but was related to the individual who was in solitary confinement, and he was slamming his face into the basin of a toilet. Knocked out teeth, broke his orbital bone. I imagine that the peace officers responding on scene would be horrified at what they saw. And I can imagine a situation on the street in a pre-hospital setting where that happens and law enforcement says, is there anything we can give him? And for me, the original bill captured that as criminal. It captured that as problematic. And I worked with the sponsors because I thought it is a human reaction, and I don't think that's the kind of conduct we want to penalize. So what the sponsors did is the original language in the bill essentially criminalized not just the use, not just directing the use of ketamine, not just unduly influencing the use of ketamine, but requesting, causing, and influencing. And I said, that's too broad. We're going to capture that human response. And so they narrowed it down to prohibiting the use of ketamine, which we all agree law enforcement can't do and shouldn't do, directing the use of ketamine, which we all agree law enforcement can't and shouldn't do. And the third category was unduly influencing. And I understand that there's disagreement about whether or not that's too broad. Let me walk you through why I don't think it is. The definition now of unduly influence means the improper use of power or trust, which we know law enforcement has, in a way that deprives a person. And who's the person we're talking about? We're talking about the EMTs. So deprives the EMT of their free will and substitutes another's objective, which in this case would be the police officer operating in an improper way. In other words, the power of the police officer deprives the EMT of their free will and substitutes the police officer's objective. Here's why I don't think it's too broad. And Representative Soper brought this up, and I believe Representative Carver did as well, and Representative Sandrich. First of all, there are body cams. But even if there aren't, what are we talking about? We're talking about an EMT saying, I didn't have a choice. My free will, my professional opinion was overcome by this police officer. If that's not the case, the EMT is going to say, I wasn't influenced. I wasn't unduly influenced. It was in my professional opinion that this individual needed administration of ketamine. So we're not talking in the vacuum that unduly influence is so broad that we don't know how to apply it. We'll ask the EMTs, were you unduly influenced? Did you feel like your independent professional judgment was overridden by the power and authority of that police officer? And if that EMT says yes or no, that's evidence that they were not unduly influenced. So for me, that is enough, that there's likely going to be video footage with all the cameras that we're asking police officers to wear. And two, there's going to be testimony from the individual that administered the ketamine, as well as potentially bystanders. But we're not just talking about this and how do we apply this concept. It gives the opportunity for an EMT that says, I was unduly influenced, I was pressured to do it, I would not have done it if that police officer didn't basically force me to do it. So I understand the discomfort, but no, that's where I'm coming from, and that's where I feel that the language is now narrowed to the most problematic circumstances, and I can support the bill. I did just want to address one other point about the communication, because I think that's a fair concern. In my mind now, the language of the bill actually encourages the communication. We want, and to be clear, it's in the bill, but we want police officers and EMTs to act as a team. And what we want is for them to stay in their professional lanes. So we want police officers to give whatever critical information that EMT needs to make his or her professional decision. That includes medical information and pertinent information. That's a pretty broad category. And again, to the extent there's some question about whether the information provided or what was said rose to this high level of undue influence, because again, we all agree on directs and uses, I think, and I'll represent that. We can ask the EMTs. So to me, the sponsors have given a lot, and it does, in my opinion, capture the most problematic behavior. And understanding that there is broad consensus about use and direct, and that maybe undue influence is too broad, but my explanation of why I don't believe it is. And with that, I ask for a yes.
Representative Pelton, Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I greatly appreciate and respect Rep. Tipper and her words. But I would submit that in a situation that there is, despite the best intentions of those on scene, when ketamine is given and the person dies, and now there is an incident, that the community is greatly upset and wondering why this happened. And the EMT who gave the shot is now on the hot seat on why did you give the shot and why did this person die. At that point, the whole concept of whether the EMT, what words were spoken to the EMT, who is now under this barrage of criticism, that could have an impact on the EMT's view at that point versus what the EMT felt at the time. And so also what is captured on videotape may or may not capture the full conversation between the two. So if I'm a police officer and I'm looking at the reality of what's going on scene, and especially if there is no EMT that gives a dose with the idea that there is going to be a bad outcome. There's no EMT that does that. But sometimes we have bad outcomes. And then the police officer, with this very uncertain language of unduly influenced, is now saying, well, here's the words I said, but now it becomes what the EMT is saying influenced his or her decision. Whether that was the intent of the police officer or not. So, respectfully, I think any police officer who is going to look at this language and look at the bill has no sanction for the EMT that makes a bad decision. That will be dealt with CDPHE and the internal department and whether or not there's an adjustment to the waiver. It is the police officer who is facing the criminal conviction. It is the police officer that is facing his or her words to the EMT being regarded the same as excessive force under rules of the use of force. And that is why, despite the amendments, why this remains a bill that is still not appropriate with regards to its approach to law enforcement statements and the consequences of the effect of the police officer's words. The police officer could say the same exact words to various EMTs, all of who end up giving ketamine, and then after the fact, their view from the EMT on whether those exact same words unduly influence them or not. The exact same words. In the exact same situation, different EMTs, the situation goes badly, and now it's the EMT's view of that incident on whether he or she was unduly influenced. And yet, where does the sanction fall? on the police officer. And so with that, members, I remain a no on this bill, and this bill is going to cause a lot of damage in how we respond to these incidents. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to let the body know I contacted the coordinator of our local RETAC that's in my district, and while my home county is small, we don't have paramedics. That is starting to be a practice that's expanding in rural Colorado because we're having a hard time getting volunteers. And so the counties that do have paramedics that respond with the ambulance, he says this bill is problematic. He appreciates the sponsor's work on getting some amendments put in that help, but he still finds it problematic. So with that, I'm going to be a no vote on this bill.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I've sat here and listened to all this testimony today, and I'm not a lawyer. I am not in law enforcement. I am not an EMT, and but what I am a mother, and I'm a mother of a scrawny 28-year-old who is weird. And sometimes he's weird in ways that scare people. And he has interacted with the police on numerous occasions. And the last thing that I want is for his weirdness to result in him being forced to have an injection that could kill him. And he's also really scared of needles. And presented with being forced at the direction of somebody who is not a medical professional to receive an injection would probably cause him to get really frantic. And then, I don't know what would happen. Then the situation is out of control. And that's where charges get accrued, and a weird incident in the park becomes a felony, and it becomes jail, but also could become the end of his life. And for that reason, I'm going to be a yes vote on this bill today, and I encourage all of you to think about how you would feel if you thought there was a possibility that somebody who you love could end up in this situation. And I just want to tell you, even though you might not think it, there is that possibility. So thank you.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am here in opposition of this bill. I have had communication with the Chief of Police of Fountain, who is quite concerned about the effects of this bill. I have also personally spoken with the Sheriff of El Paso County, Bill Elder, who has grave concerns about this bill. These two respected police officers have thought very carefully about the bill, and they see that there are more consequences than there are benefits from this bill. And so I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you again, bill sponsors, for putting this forward. The undue influence piece is still gnawing at me. While I respect and understand and hear a lot of wisdom in what Rep. Tipper shared, I still have concerns. Concerns that were in many ways addressed by Representative Carver's comments. I believe that we are to love our neighbors as ourselves. And so when we analyze a bill, one of the things I try to do is consider all of the different neighbors that are attendant to it. And so, like Representative Amabile, I don't want to see individuals harmed because of their weirdness. I don't want to see the consequences that we have seen on some streets in our nation. I understand why the bill sponsors have brought this forward. But there are other neighbors that we have to take into account. And we have spent a great deal of time this afternoon talking about law enforcement, talking about EMTs. But some of the ones that I'm concerned about are the ones who might not get the treatment they need to get because law enforcement is too afraid of saying anything. We can talk about how an EMT, after the fact, can say, I'm not influenced. I wasn't influenced in this way. But all of us know, we deal with people for a profession. We're constantly engaging with people, and we can say one thing to person A and the same thing to person B, and the response is wholly different because we meet that person where they're at. And the way that they interpret our body language, their preconceived understanding of who we are and how we are meaning our words can inform their understanding of what we've said, even if we've said the exact same thing. And so I'm concerned that a law enforcement officer will say, you know what, in this situation that might trigger this particular provision, I'm just going to step out of the equation. I'm just not going to say or do anything. And yet maybe they were on the scene 20 or 30 minutes before EMT arrived. And so they got to see a whole host of things that would help paramedics very quickly understand what the situation is and how to properly treat them. Maybe their statements of, we've seen these behaviors, we've heard these words, these are the things that are going on, would help those medical professionals to narrow down and understand these are the things that could be going on here. Instead of making them wait another 20 or 30 minutes to try and diagnose and try and figure it out. And in that time, what happens? Will we be back here in a couple of years because of this saying, oh my goodness, the police officers didn't say anything to EMTs, and so therefore these people ended up dying on the street? I'm concerned about that. And so I'm still very concerned about this one phrase, undue influence. What does that mean, and how is it going to be interpreted, not by us in this chamber, as we've given thought to it, as we've wrestled with it, as we've talked to people and stakeholders? No, as the person in the field, as the average guy, how are they going to understand this, and how is that going to be implemented on the ground when their job, therefore their family's security, their finances in terms of the fine, or even their freedom in terms of criminal penalty of being imprisoned is on the line? And so again, I really appreciate you guys wanting to tackle this issue. I do. But that particular phrase still leaves me in the no position. So thank you.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I'm not quite sure if many of us in this room have given ketamine. I was talking to Representative Caraveo, who has given ketamine. Representative Will says he has. I have, and I've given it in a hospital setting. And it's a very serious drug. It's a drug that we take very seriously, and we're not in the field. We have we have all the tools necessary. We have respiratory therapy there. We have everything that you would need to make sure that we could take care of that patient, and much more than they may have in the field. And working in the ER, we have patients that may not be in the right state of mind, that are a danger to themselves, and that are a danger to staff, and a danger to the community. And so I know the importance that sedatives play in the care for patients, and there is a place for them, and we should have sedatives. And this is what I've communicated with the sponsors, that we need sedatives. We need to have that ability to protect the patient. We need to have that ability to protect the staff, to make sure that we're doing all that we can to get that patient to a better spot, and to make sure that we're taking care of that patient. But being a healthcare provider and being a healthcare provider that has administered these sedatives, I can tell you how scary it can be to administer ketamine. And like I said, I administer that drug in a hospital setting where we have much more resources than they do in a field setting. And so I see where the sponsors are trying to come from here, and we have examples. This isn't just something that the sponsors are making up. We have examples where this drug has harmed members of our community. And so what I'm struggling to wrap my head around, and really why I'm supporting this bill so much, is if we have the ability to do the job, for our paramedics to do the job, for our healthcare workers to do the job, to make sure that we can protect our patients, to make sure that we can protect staff, to make sure that we can protect the community, but we have something that has an example of hurting them, why would we not try to eliminate the drug that we deem is potentially more dangerous if we have other sedatives? And that's what we've made sure, and I've made sure in working with the sponsors is those sedatives like Haldol, those sedatives like Versed are still available as tools to make sure, but that we're doing everything we can to take away a sedative that maybe isn't the best sedative to be using in the field because of what it entails and what you have to go through to use it, and the examples that we have of how it's harming. And so I believe that the sponsors have thread that needle. I believe the sponsors have continued to make sure that we have those tools to take care of our patients, and specifically those patients in the field. But also, I think that they're doing something to make sure that we're doing everything we can to protect those patients as well. And so for that, I'm a yes vote. I'm a yes vote because I've seen it, I've experienced it, I know what it's like to administer these drugs, and I know where the heart is from these sponsors. And I think that at the end of the day, this is going to be better for our patients while still making sure that our healthcare workers out in the field have the tools to protect those patients and themselves and the community. So I urge for a yes vote.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to address some of the issues that were brought up by Representative Mullica, because they were addressed in committee. I'm not a medical professional, but I listened to the folks who are the closest to the incident that it's involved with, and they answer the question about the other sedatives. According to the professionals on the street, there are other options. However, ketamine is one of the most effective. When we're dealing with excited delirium, they're telling us that we're in a situation where a person has super abnormal strength. You have a law enforcement officer whose first objective is to protect the community. Second is to protect the patient. And so they have to use some kind of constraint. I would hate to be in a law enforcement officer's position trying to constrain someone, knowing that if you use too much exertion restraining someone, which is what they're telling me, when a person's in this condition, that you can create that patient to have a cardiac arrest. So you want something that is effective and effective immediately. Why the other sedatives don't work is they were telling us because it takes time for it to take effect. And they need something more immediate that's going to affect this patient, not only to protect the patient so they don't exert themselves and push themselves into cardiac arrest, but to also protect the officers who are trying to protect the community and the patient from themselves. Now, I'm not a medical professional, but I listen to the professionals who are closest to the incident, and that's what they're telling us. And so, I don't know. I see Representative Mullica still here. Does that make any sense? I would like to understand from your professional opinion, because I know you are in the medical field, if you or the good doctor who's the sponsor of this bill, if you can answer if those testimonies were valid from the EMTs and the doctors who are closest to the incident.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I also agree with Representative Bockenfeld. It gives me great pause on any bill when these emergency medical personnel and police officers and doctors testify that they don't appreciate this bill. They are concerned with what this will lead to. I have a brother that's a police officer. I have many friends that are police officers, Erie PD, Boulder PD, Denver PD. And when you hear the stories of what they deal with day in and day out and the decisions they need to make in an instant, that really tells you something. Why are we interfering? Why do we know more? Why do we pretend to know more? I don't understand that. I think we have to heavily consider what we are being told from these professionals. They are in the highest stressful jobs out there, and they are telling us this bill is not going to work. This is not the outcome that the sponsors are looking for. So I urge a no vote. We need to rethink this. Thank you.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
You as well.
So let me explain when Representative Mullick asked about who'd administered ketamine. I probably administered more ketamine than anyone in this room. In fact, I know I have. It just wasn't in these situations. It was all with bears. So use ketamine Rompa mix, ketamine xylazine, a lot on bears for tranquilizing bears. So, but anyway, I'm very, very familiar with the drug, very familiar with its use. And I'm in opposition to this bill. I think, law enforcement's a tough enough job as it is. And this is just another tool. And I just can't see taking the tool away from them, and that's for the safety of everyone involved. That includes the suspect or whoever you're dealing with. Has there been some problems? Yes, granted, I agree with that. There has been issues. We haven't talked a whole lot about the times that it's been very beneficial to both law enforcement and to the individual, the subject that's out of control at the time. So I think this essentially is criminalizing officers' speech, with no negative intent to cause any harm, or no negative intent is shown. So I think the speech, I'll talk a little bit about it as it plays into the force continuum, but I just don't think us as a legislature should be creating disincentives for any law enforcement. I think we should be advocating for all our law enforcement officers. And there's lots of times that there's needed information to be passed on to medical professionals, EMTs, paramedics, and that type. And these are life and death situations. And I think that's this is something that impairs that and impedes this. So, and it's the issue of an appropriate versus inappropriate request for medical assistance from a trained, qualified, and appropriately supervised EMT or paramedic with an out-of-control subject is not a use of force issue, nor is it a criminal act. And it just does not play into that. The force continuum was first you have verbal, right? And then you have physical, hand-to-hand. Then it moves on to like an impact weapon, and then on to deadly force. Now we have tasers and those type of things. That all fits within that chain of the force continuum. And verbal is just the very first of the force continuum, and I think that also plays into this. The communication that you're having with a trained EMT and a professional. So I'm in strong opposition to this bill, and I'd ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Carver.
Just very briefly, we've been on this a while, and this is specifically to the issue raised by Representative Mullica. There were real issues raised in the testimony on the appropriate use of ketamine and whether the waivers being done by CDPHE are proper. But that is a separate issue. It is interesting that the section that puts limitations on EMTs and how they use ketamine and under what circumstances only apply if law enforcement are present, which, quite frankly, if there is an issue about either weighing the individual or guessing the weight or specifying additional provisions on when ketamine use is appropriate or not, I don't understand why that's only an issue when law enforcement is present. It is a medical issue. And yet, that is how this whole bill is couched. I thought the testimony provided real issues on how widely ketamine is being used by EMTs, but they're doing that under a CDPHE waiver, which quite rightly the sponsors noticed has never been revoked. But that's a medical issue that I think probably deserves some additional attention. But back to the basics, we're having the officer's words be treated the same as excessive force. That is what is fundamentally wrong with this bill, and I ask for a no vote.
Representative Caraveo and Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members, for a very healthy and respectful debate on what can be a very difficult issue. I think that what has been left out of the discussion is the medication itself and the patient it is administered to, the patient who is the one who is going to have adverse reactions if they occur. And as Representative Mullica said, I think there's probably only 2 of us who have administered this medication to a human being. And I remember the first time that I used ketamine. It was a 16, 17-year-old boy. I don't remember exactly what had happened. I was in residency. It was my second year in residency, and we were in a sedation team. Sedation we took so seriously that there was an entire group of doctors that were devoted solely to that procedure, while the other doctors dealt with whatever it was that was going on with the patient. So we heard about a young man whose leg was very severely broken. They needed to be put in traction. And so we went down to the emergency room. This was a group of pediatricians because we're treating a child, and so pediatricians should take care of children. And so we came downstairs and asked, well, you need sedation. Is there anything that you would prefer? And in the emergency room, they like to use ketamine because it is fast. But there are also a lot of side effects and a lot of behaviors that a patient goes through that perhaps those of us in the hospital, in another setting, or certainly in pediatrics, were not overly fond of. So we came in and his leg was pointing in the wrong direction, and he needed to be put in traction. So this was the first time that I had ever given ketamine, and there was a supervising resident and a team of nurses and 2 other doctors who were going to be putting his leg into traction. So we gave the medication, and I remember, like Representative Mullica, being scared about what the medication itself was doing. It is very common for these individuals to have what we call roving eye movements. They look like they are suffering. Their eyes are moving crazily, basically, in their heads. They look agitated. It is very common. Thank you, Madam Chair. It is very common for them to be paranoid. They tend to have hallucinations, and this young man was clearly having hallucinations. Some of the things that he said were actually kind of amusing, but definitely there was a level of tension about the fact that we were using a medication that could the patient have been more comfortable with something like midazolam or something else? Probably, but this was the medication that we were using. It can also cause nausea. So you don't really want a patient vomiting on you when you're trying to administer a different procedure. And it's actually quite common for them for it to affect their breathing. Their oxygen level goes down. And so what do we do when somebody's starting to have trouble breathing? We start to think about intubating them. The problem with ketamine is that it does a lot of other things that can get in the way with intubation, including hypersalivation, so you're drooling like crazy, Your throat will spasm. Sometimes your vocal cords will close up. And that's what you have to get through to put that tube down to allow them to breathe with your help. So when I first heard of ketamine being given in anything other than a hospital setting was when Elijah McClain died. And I could not imagine using this medication outside of the very controlled environment in which I had given it as a resident with a team of doctors and nurses, let alone in a situation that may not have been medically necessary. Because in addition to everything that I've talked about and how scary it is for the patient, how scary it is for the provider, how hard it makes it to intubate people, intubation and serious adverse effects are very common with this medication. We heard paramedics and EMTs, which by the way, only paramedics can administer this medication, not EMTs, because of their level of training. We heard paramedics talk about the level of complications, and it ends up being about 1 in 4. If I had any kind of procedure that I was performing as a pediatrician where 1 in 4 of my patients were going to suffer a serious reaction and probably end up going to the hospital, I can guarantee you I would not be a pediatrician anymore. As a legislature, if we heard of procedures happening in hospitals, in clinics, through any kind of medical provider, where 1 in 4 of patients might suffer a serious consequence, I am pretty sure we would be doing something about it. And that is what we are doing today. 2/3 of patients who are administered this medication outside of the hospital, according to one study, ended up intubated. That's more than 16 times higher than the number of patients who end up intubated when there is a proper team taking care of these patients in a proper medical environment with proper equipment to look at vital signs and to have intubation ready if it is needed. Now, I am not saying that there is not proper medical care that's happening outside of the hospital. It's just very different medical care. And I have spoken to a lot of these providers who have had to give ketamine in these instances, including firefighters. And firefighters who have been accused of being murderers, honestly, because of their involvement in the care of some of these patients. And that is not fair. These are individuals who are not there to apprehend, they are not there to enforce any laws. They are there to preserve the health and the safety of an individual who, once they are on the scene, and they told us this in the committee hearing, is a patient. They are no longer just a suspect. They are no longer somebody who is acting funny. They are now their patient. And so to put a medical provider in a situation where perhaps it's not just their medical decision that leads to the use of a medication that can have very serious consequences is not fair. Why does this bill relate only to instances where there is a medical provider, where there's a law enforcement provider on the scene? Because otherwise there is no other influence. The only person who is deciding the use of these medications in that instance is the medical provider. A medical provider who is trained in the use of the medication, who is trained in how to intubate people, who knows how to deal with the emergency situation, but maybe would not have made that decision if it were not for the presence and influence, however you define that, of someone else. These decisions are medical decisions. They need to stay with medical providers, not with individuals who do not have training in what the consequences of these medications are. I ask for an aye vote.
Members, quiet please again, and attention to the well. Representative
Herod.
Didn't I say Representative Herod?
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's hard to follow Representative Caravello, Dr. Representative Caravello, in her very clear explanation about why ketamine is a dangerous substance to use in the field. As I mentioned before, my brother is an anesthesiologist. My new brother, thanks to Ancestry.com, is a nurse anesthetist. We have a lot of folks who are very keen on the administration of drugs to sedate a patient in my household. They're also Black men, and know that there are issues within the medical profession, which is why they actually joined the medical profession, about getting accurate weight of people of color, of those with tattoos and improperly assessing their superhuman strength. This has been a huge problem, and that is why the medical profession has stepped in to say we need to do better about calculating the weight of these specific populations when it comes to weight-sensitive drugs, because it can end in death. And so this is something that we have had to address. But I think we've addressed it most when we look at the issue of Elijah McClain. Elijah McClain was murdered on August 29th, 2019. He was stopped by police on completely baseless grounds. I think we all agree with that. Police officers held him down with his hands behind his back while another officer put him in a chokehold. He begged police officers to get off of him. They instructed, thanks to the visible scene of body cameras, they instructed the paramedics to administer ketamine. And the medics injected him with double the appropriate dosage for someone his size. Elijah then went into cardiac arrest and died on the way to the hospital. But I want to be clear, members, this is a horrific incident, but it's not an isolated one. Another man, Elijah McKnight, was injected with 2 doses of ketamine despite the fact that he was handcuffed and cooperating with police. McKnight even asked the police if he could be let up, telling authorities he was being cooperative, in which the authorities replied, "We know you are. You are. You are." But despite cooperating, sheriff's deputies asked the paramedics, "Can you guys give him anything?" The paramedics said, "We can give him ketamine and he'll be sleeping like a baby." McKnight overheard the officers ask the medic to administer the ketamine as he pleaded with them, "Don't give me anything." Elijah McKnight was hospitalized for a week, where he said he thought he was going to die. We are lucky that Elijah McKnight was here to give his testimony before the House Judiciary Committee to testify against the use of ketamine in this way. There's another case, Hunter Barr, who was known as a very good soul, easygoing. His father described him as a friendly and musical, someone who liked to smoke marijuana on occasion. On September 25th, 2020, Hunter was stumbling and fell a few times. He told his dad he had took LSD that morning. His dad called 911 to ensure his safety. When police officers arrived, they pinned Hunter to the ground and handcuffed him. They then injected him with ketamine. Acknowledging that Hunter had LSD in his system, the officer asked paramedics on the scene to give him the ketamine. He was injected with 2 doses. Within 3 hours of his dad calling for help, Hunter was dead. El Paso County coroner told the news outlet, "If ketamine is being used to restrain people, then it's not an appropriate use." This bill goes directly to the heart of that. Members, ketamine is being used as a chemical restraint for the purposes of law enforcement to arrest somebody or restrain somebody. This bill is very narrowly limited to that use. And it is very clear that when you use ketamine, when law enforcement officers direct the use of ketamine, that is beyond the scope of their duties, and that, yes, it could end in the revocation of their law enforcement license, as it should. Ketamine is being used as an excessive use of force in the field. And if it is used inappropriately, at the direction of law enforcement, there should be repercussions. When someone is administered ketamine, they should be urgently transported to the hospital. In too many instances, we have seen people who continue to be restrained after that ketamine is being given to them. The urgent transport has not happened, and these people are intubated, and some have died. This must end. I'll remind folks that according to our very own CDPHE data, 455 people were injected with ketamine in a pre-hospital setting in 2019. Of the 455 people, 109 experienced complications from the administration of that ketamine. 109. Not 1, not 2, not 3, 109. We have to do something to rein this in. We've talked about undue influence. We've talked about the definitions of the words that we have chosen to leave in the bill and which ones we have taken out. But what we haven't talked about enough is that officers' words do in fact matter. I'm actually kind of surprised that that is the direction of this conversation. If law enforcement asks you to do something, you are supposed to comply. We've heard that time and time and time again. That's not unless you're a paramedic. That's period. Their words do matter. We're not trying to give a gotcha here, but what we want to do is acknowledge that sometimes, in some instances, paramedics feel like they are unduly directed by law enforcement to use the ketamine. We are making it very clear that that is not the law. And I wholeheartedly believe that law enforcement will train to that. And some already have, as was mentioned by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. But this is not an anti-law enforcement bill. This is very clear about when you can and cannot use that force. But it also does have repercussions for the EMTs. If the EMTs administer ketamine against this bill, against the directives in this bill, they too will be held accountable and could also lose their license. Same as law enforcement, they could also lose their license if it's administered incorrectly. Members, I think it's very fascinating that we talk about when we can and cannot inject someone with something, maybe like a vaccine, and folks don't want that to happen. But if there's someone on the streets, like Elijah McClain, Elijah McKnight, or Hunter Barr, that it's okay if they're injected against their wills. It is not. Members, we have worked very hard to clarify the intent of this bill, to walk a very narrow path to ensure that we do not have unintended consequences. I think I heard some consensus on the other side with some on the other side of the aisle about eliminating the use of ketamine altogether. I look forward to working with you all on that bill. Today, we are looking to limit the use, and when it is being used in a pre-hospital setting with law enforcement there, that we have the proper guardrails to ensure that a paramedic can do their job without undue influence and ensure the safe administration of ketamine if it is in fact appropriate. That's all this bill does. I ask for an aye vote today.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1251? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of House Bill 1251. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. House Bill 1251 is passed. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. The committee will rise and report. Seeing no objection.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Gregorio, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report is under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1005 is amended. House Bill 1251 is amended, passed on second reading in order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Froelich. You've heard the motion. You've heard the motion. There are amendments at the desk. We are going to go alphabetically, and we will move. Not necessarily move, but Mr. Gregorio, please read the first Carver amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, which is L13 to House Bill 1251.
Representative Carver moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Carver Amendment L13 to House Bill 21-1251 to show that 10 amendment passed and House Bill 21-1251 is amended passed.
And members, let's please take our seats and direct our attention to the well. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Carver Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Carver. That has been properly moved and it is properly displayed. Is there further discussion? Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the first Carver Amendment L013 to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. For those participating remotely, Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 37 no votes, and 5 excused, the first Carver Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the second Carver Amendment, L14, to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Carver moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Carver Amendment L14 to House Bill 21-1251 to show that 10 amendment passed and House Bill 21-1251 is amended passed.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Carver Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Carver. That has been properly moved and displayed. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. The question before us is the adoption of the second Carver Amendment, L14, to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Michelson Janae. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 36 no votes, and 5 excused, the second Carver Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the third Carver Amendment, L26, to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Carver moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Herod Amendment L26 to House Bill 21-1251 to show that said amendment lost and that the substitute amendment L11 to House Bill 21-1251 passed and that House Bill 21-1251 is amended passed.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Carver Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Carver. That has been properly moved and displayed. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a no vote.
The question before us, seeing no further discussion, is the adoption of the third Carver Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Gray and Woodrow. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 37 no votes, and 5 excused, the third Carver Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the fourth Carver Amendment, L27, to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Carver moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting the following Harrod Amendment L27 to House Bill 21-1251 to show that said amendment lost and that the substitute amendment L28 to House Bill 21-1251 passed and that House Bill 21-1251 is amended passed.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Carver Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for an aye vote.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a no vote.
The question before us, seeing no further discussion, is the adoption of the fourth Carver Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 37 no votes, and 5 excused, the fourth Carver Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the fifth Carver Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Carver moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Carver Amendment L29 to House Bill 21-1251 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 21-1251 is amended passed.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Carver Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for an aye vote.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a no vote.
The fifth Carver Amendment has been properly moved and displayed. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Carver Amendment L29 to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 37 no votes, and 5 excused, the fifth Carver Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the sixth Carver Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Carver moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting the following Harrod Amendment L20 to House Bill 21-1251 to show that said amendment lost and that the substitute amendment L17 to House Bill 21-1251 passed and that House Bill 21-1251 is amended passed.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Carver Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for an aye vote.
It has been properly moved and displayed. Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the sixth Carver Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Please close the machine. 22 aye votes, 38 no votes, and 5 excused. The sixth Carver Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the Ransom Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Ransom moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting the Judiciary Committee report to House Bill 21-1251 dated April 28, 2021 to show that said report lost and that House Bill 21-1251 failed.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Ransom Amendment and ask for an aye vote.
Representative, that has been properly moved and displayed. Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Ransom Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Bricks, please close the machine. With 22 aye votes, 38 no votes, and 5 excused, the ransom amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. There are no more amendments at the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 36 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 5 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, Friday, May 14th.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until Friday, May 14th. That brings us to announcements and introductions. I have a quick announcement. Representative Lantin will replace Representative Exum on the House Education Committee for today only, and Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez will replace Representative Duran on the House Business Affairs and Labor Committee for today only. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House Appropriations Committee will be meeting tomorrow morning as bills are printed in your calendar. See you there. Well, someone will.
Representative Byrd.
Sorry. At 8 o'clock.
Members, it's Thursday. That means it is finance, and we have a short agenda today. We'll be meeting, of course, in Committee Room 112 and only hearing House Bill 1279. Representative Williams, sponsor of 1175, is not here today, so short calendar, House Bill 1279.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just wanted you to know that there will not be an Ag, Livestock, and Water meeting today. We will see you on Monday. Thank you.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Business Affairs and Labor Committee, we will be meeting as soon as finance is done, probably about 2 o'clock. I will keep in touch with all of you, but plan for 2 o'clock down in 112. We have 3 bills, and we're changing the order slightly. 1283 is going to go first, then we'll do 1058, and then we'll do Senate Bill 173.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, Rep. Valdez, I got in your way there. Education Committee, we are meeting at about 2 o'clock in the old library today, so it's a little bit different venue for us. And there's a little bit of a change in the order of the bills, so we're going to be doing 1304, then 172, then 1295. Look forward to seeing you there. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative McLaughlin. Representative A. Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of Energy and Environment will be meeting at 2 o'clock in LSBA to hear Senate Bill 103. Again, 2 o'clock LSBA, 103 Senate Bill.
Representative Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've gotten permission from leadership to be excused tomorrow, Friday.
Seen, so approved. Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Capitol Choir, summoning the Capitol Choir.
yeah.
It has come to our attention that we neglected to wish 2 members happy birthday yesterday, Representative Will and Representative Neville. So we're here to remedy that for what it's worth. Somebody start. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Representative Will and Representative Neville. Happy birthday to you.
Happy belated birthday. Further announcements and introductions, seeing none. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until later today.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in recess until later today.